notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public meeting as is permitted under NJSA 1049.3 was also placed on the City of Newark website. Members of the public can make public comments by audio or by audio and video as permitted by the Zoom electronic communication platform. Now, while in this meeting, you're going to press raise hand on the bottom of your screen or device. Raise hands allows you to let the speaker know that host know that you would like to speak without interrupting. If you are calling in, you're going to press *9 to raise your hand. The Newark Central Planning Board will be mindful of the number of items on the agenda and will move as expeditiously as possible to complete the agenda. However, due to the amount of development requiring board review and the complexity of projects, it may not be possible to hear every item if the meeting runs later than 11 p.m. In the event that the agenda is not complete by 11 tonight, the board will finish hearing the application in process, but no new application will be called. Any applications that were not heard by that time will be rescheduled to the earliest available date, which will be announced on the record if possible. The meeting of the North Central Planning Board will now come to order. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Austin?
Here.
Commissioner Purdy?
Present.
Commissioner Da Silva?
Present.
Commissioner Spate?
Present.
Commissioner Jordan? Commissioner Miles?
Present.
Madam Chair?
Present. We're going to start this evening with adjournment. So the first adjournment is CPB 25-82, 28 through 30 Abbotsford Avenue. Jennifer Carrillo Perez.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Jennifer Carrillo Perez of Connell Foley on behalf of 441 Summer 2 LLC, and that is CPB 2582 for Abbotsford. We are requesting an adjournment. I believe I spoke with the board secretary, and we are looking at the July 6th meeting, if I'm not mistaken. Perfect. And so given the time that's lapsed, we would also agree to provide new notices.
All right, July 6th, and you're going to renotice. All right. Okay. All right, so the next adjournment is number 2, CPB 25-91, 127 through 129 Hayden Terrace.
Good evening again, Jen Carrillo Perez. It is from Connell Foley's, same owner, 441 Summer 2 LLC, as it relates to CPB 2591. The same request with the same hearing date of July 6th, and we will agree to renotice.
Okay. July 6th. New notice. All right. Okay. The next adjournment, CPB 25-114, 150 through 154 Milford Avenue.
And this is my last request for adjournments this evening. That is CPB 25114, Jen Carrillo Perez of Connell Foley on behalf of J&J Builders LLC. We are asking for an adjournment because we received one of the reports and our professionals would like an opportunity, the engineering report, to review and discuss with the client. And so we just want some additional time so that we can be prepared to present the application thoroughly.
Okay.
This is the first adjournment.
Okay. Is this the same date?
No, I believe,
It would
Madam
be
Secretary.
June 22nd.
Thank you.
22nd, it's the first adjournment, so you're preserving notice?
Yes, we are. And we will waive the statutory time period through August 1st.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you later, I think, maybe.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, yes, all right. Okay. So with regards to new applications, the first new application is CPB 26 through 19. It's what, 2619 is 82 through 88 16th Avenue, DM Properties, Marsha Moore.
I'm promoting Marcia.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Fogg on behalf of the applicant DM Properties LLC. Before I begin, I just want to make sure, I want to know if Mr. Michael Pernesti, let me just see if he's there. Yes, he is. Madam Secretary, can you bring him over, Mike Pernesti, my surveyor?
Yes, I'm promoting Mr. Pernesti.
So just briefly, this is an application to subdivide an existing block 300, lot 39. The property is located in the C2, and this is an application for a major subdivision, preliminary and final major subdivision. We're not seeking any improvements at the time, at this application. The property is roughly about 7,964 square feet. We're seeking to create 3 lots. One lot will measure 2655, and the resulting 2 lots will measure 2,654 square feet. This property is on a corner lot. We are in receipt of the report from the planner, which has no comments other than to satisfy the conditions of the surveyor as well as the engineer. However, this does not impact any site plan. I do have the surveyor, Mike Pernesti, that can just give you a brief overview of the major subdivision. As I noted, we're not seeking as far as improvements at the time, but in the C2, the result is either a 2-family or 3-family, and this application does not seek any variances. So I'd like to have my surveyor, Michael Pernesti.
I'm here.
Mr. Pernesti, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, state your affiliation for the record.
Michael Pronesti, that's Pronesti from Pronesti Surveying.
Counselor.
Mr. Pernesti, just state your background. Are you a licensed surveyor?
I'm licensed surveyor in the state of New Jersey. I've been in front of this board a handful of times or many times, and I am currently licensed.
You're
so-
accepted by the board.
Thank you, Chair. So I mentioned that this is an application solely for a major subdivision. If you could share your screen and then just kind of walk us through the existing site and just what we're creating as the 3 lots are concerned.
Everyone can see that?
Can, but if you could zoom so we could see a little bit more defined, Mike.
That's about as big as I can get it with the
Okay.
whole screen. The subdivision. Can you see that?
I can see that.
Yeah, we see the purple and yellow.
Correct. So on the left side of your screen over here is the existing property as it exists today. It's a vacant piece of property. It's on the south side of 16th Avenue, the west side of Littleton Avenue. It's 79.64 feet wide across 16th Avenue and 100 foot wide along Littleton Avenue. The applicant would like to take this property, divide it into 3 pieces, as Marcia had said. They would all be very close in size. They're 33.33 feet wide. One lot is 33.34 feet wide. This the way map works, round off error. And the areas of each lot is 2,655 square feet or 2,654 square feet. It meets the requirements on lot width and lot area, so we have no variances for the new lots.
And Mike, We have received comments from the city surveyor. We have submitted revised, just addressing those comments. The most recent of your plans, believe dated, April 30th, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and there are two other small comments that the applicant would agree as condition of approval in order to finalize the major subdivision.
Correct. One of the comments was addressed that he had not seen. The other comment was for the radius map. They want me to place some houses on here of what exists. And the city surveyor is supposed to talk to the planner, I believe, and find out whether or not we need those to move forward.
Okay.
So
And
it's
then-
nothing crazy.
Okay, and then also in addition, you mentioned that this property does have, adjacent to Littleton Avenue, the resulting street address is based on the comments from the city surveyor, will front on Littleton, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I have nothing further from this board.
Mr. Pronesti, it's kind of hard to visualize what's going on with well, at least for me, I won't speak for everyone. Do you have a picture of what that lot looks like now, or is there a way to change the background from dark to light, or?
This is a picture on my survey of the current lot. So going down this way would be Littleton, this is 16th, and it's just a fenced-in vacant piece of property.
Are those townhouses next door to it? What's developed on the other side of there? Can we?
It looks like they're probably a 2 or 3 family home.
Mm-hmm.
And if I may, Madam Secretary, the planners report also confirmed that the result is what the neighborhood is 3 family homes. And
Okay.
so this subdivision will be for residential use, would either be a 2 or 3, more likely a 3 to be consistent with what's referenced in the planners report as well. So it will be for residential uses.
All right. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions with regards to the subdivision? If so, raise your hand. Can we reclaim the screen, Mr. Pronesti? Any questions? All right, so at this time, are there any members of the public that have questions with regards to this application for subdivision? Please raise your hand, not literally, but press raise hand or dial *9.
Seeing none.
All right, so we need a motion with regards to the subdivision.
So moved, Madam
Second.
Chair.
Second.
All right, moved by Commissioner Austin, seconded by Commissioner Purdy. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Austin,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner Da Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Spate,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Miles.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, the subdivision has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful
Thank you.
evening. Thank you.
All right. The second application is CPB 26-15, 39 through 41 Pierce Street. In the South Ward, it's Mr. Veloci.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Noemi Pelosi on CPB 2615, 39-41 Pierce Street. Madam Chair, we're basically looking to merge 2 lots and re-subdivide them. It's really a lot alignment. It's a C1 zone and it allows it. If I'll share my screen. Let's see. So can everybody see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Let's see if I can zoom this up. So right now we have 2 lots side by side. One is 28 feet and the other one is 22 feet. And we basically want to merge them and just subdivide them to 2 25-foot lots. They run about 135 in length, a little shorter on this side, 128, but they'll both be aligning lots. We won't need any variances. They'll both be 25 feet in width. So that's what we're looking to do today. There is a picture here of showing the both lots. I can also do share on Google. Right now, there's 2 empty lots there, which some overgrown vegetation on it. But pretty simple.
Pardon me. So, Mr. Velozzi, in that photograph, is that a tree or is that just wild vegetation?
Madam Chair, I just did a Google search on it, so I'll share what's there right now from Google. Where is it? Let me see if I can get to it. It looks like there's a humongous tree in the back, in between the 2 lots. The rest is just bushes, wild vegetation.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any of you have any questions with regards to the subdivision? All right, seeing none. Members of the public, if you have any question with regards to this subdivision, please press raise hand or dial on *9. Madam Secretary.
Seeing none.
All right, so at this time, we need a motion with regards to the application for subdivision at Pierce Street.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Moved by Commissioner Austin
Second.
and seconded by Commissioner Purdy. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Austin,
Yes.
Commissioner Purdy,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
Yes.
Commissioner Spate,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Miles.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Your application for subdivision has been approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Have a good night. All right. So the next application is number 3 on our agenda. It is CPB 25-5456 Park Place. And this is Jennifer Carrillo Perez again.
Good evening, again.
Good evening.
If I can just identify Mr. Philip Scott, who's our civil engineer, Matthew Seckler from Stonefield Engineering, Kieran Kelly, our project architect, and John McDonough. Perfect. I do not see Mr. Scott as of yet.
I'm promoting Mrs. Scott.
No worries. Okay. I think everyone on my team is in. So good evening again, Jennifer Carrillo Perez of Comofoli on behalf of 56 Park Place LLC, who's the owner of this particular property. We're before you this evening on a continuance of the hearing that was on March 16th, 2026. To briefly refresh your recollection, the application before you is an application seeking preliminary and final site plan approval for the construction of a new 27-story mixed-use building that will contain 170 one-bedroom units and 72 two-bedroom units, as well as retail, commercial, and restaurant space. At that hearing of March 16th, this board heard testimony from our project architect, Mr. Kieran Kelly of MVMK Architecture. And this evening, we are prepared to proceed with the following witnesses. We have Mr. Philip Scott, who's our engineer, Matt Seckler, who from Stonefield Engineering, who will be providing testimony as to traffic and parking. He conducted the parking study. And John McDonough is our professional planner. I'd like to ask that if we can, that the city allow me to present the entire application and then allow for the cross-examination, because I believe there was an objector present, objector's counsel present at the last hearing, if he's here as well. And while we do not object to any questions, comments, concerns at all, we are supportive of the process. We just ask that we be allowed to present our case for efficiency purposes, to avoid any duplicate questions, and that the appropriate professional can then answer the questions that are raised by any objectors. And then we certainly can call all of our witnesses and have the benefit, at least the public will have the benefit of hearing the entirety of the application. So at the conclusion of that case, it was Kieran Kelly. And so we are happy to call Mr. Philip Scott to be sworn in and qualified as our next witness on this matter.
Mr. Scott, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your affiliation for the record.
Yes, my name is Philip Scott, last name spelled S-C-O-T-T, and I am the engineer of record for this project.
Councilman, qualify your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, can you please provide the board the benefit of your educational background, license, specialty?
Yes, I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. I hold a bachelor's of science from the New Jersey Institute of Technology and Civil Engineering. I've done many development projects here in the city, as well as previously served as the Director of Engineering for the city of Newark.
And your license is
accepted
current?
by the board, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Yes, my license is current.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Scott, your office prepared the plans that were submitted as part of this application, is that correct?
That is
Okay,
correct.
and you're familiar with the property and the redevelopment area where this property is located, correct?
That is correct.
And you have
Thank you.
received the city reports that were identified at the last meeting, specifically from the Department of Engineering, Water, Sewer, as well as from the board planners, correct?
Yes, and I have no objection to their comments.
And if you can, walk the board through the proposed project with the site conditions and existing site conditions and what is being proposed for the property.
Sure, if I'm able to
Please.
share.
And Mr. Scott, these are the plans that were submitted, so we do not need to mark them. Is that correct? Thank you.
That is correct. Okay, so if everyone can see my screen. Okay, so this is the site plan that was submitted, that was prepared for this project. As you see here is our cover sheet, and it kind of has a key map that shows the site and the surrounding area. As you can see, is directly across from Military Park, and it's along Park Place, and it's in line with a lot of other buildings of similar size and scale. If I can skip over to page 3 of 9, this is our actual site layout plan. We show our first floor, and then also our cellar floor or basement floor. The basement is really just an area for storage locations for the residents of the building. That's what all of these, basically these rectangles with the dotted lines that represent the different storage locations for the residents to store their personal belongings that they cannot keep inside their apartment. What we have here on the first floor, as you can see, is, we have a small frontage area along Park Place, which we anticipate after completion of construction, we're going to repave the area along the frontage of Park Place. As you can see, which the architect already testified to what's in the building. We have a lobby and a restaurant, a couple of elevators and, things of that nature. Then in the rear, we have the access to the rear, which is, along Kitchell Place, which goes into the building. And then the egress will be out through Kitchell Place. This is a public right-of-way, and then there is actually Kitchell Place, the alley to Kitchell Place is a public right-of-way. here along Kitchen Place is the actual easement that we anticipate using for access, to the rear of the property. We met with the Department of Engineering several months ago to discuss the circulation. We initially had it going the opposite direction, but after meeting with them, they recommended that we change the circulation path because it will make it easier for vehicles to enter and exit out of the property.
So, Mr. Scott, just briefly to summarize, you identified the property. It looks like it's an irregular lot. We've identified two variances with the existing site conditions, and one, it relates to lot width, that's pre-existing, correct?
That is correct. We are not making any changes to the lot itself. It's a pre-existing lot.
Okay, and the second is the lot area, and that's also pre-existing, and it's deficient, just very de minimis number, correct?
That is correct.
And the easements that you're referring to are pre-existing and they are in place, correct?
Yes, the easements are currently in place.
Okay, and the circulation pattern you just indicated was what was recommended by the Department of Engineering, and is what we are going to do, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I'm sorry, you can proceed.
Yes, so as we mentioned, that there's access to the rear of the building, and is being that it's only going to be access for garbage pickup and for specific deliveries, and we have it designed so that it can work with a standard SU-30 truck, single unit truck, that can access the rear of that property. There will be no passenger vehicles, or should I say resident vehicles, going to the rear here. This is only for services as well as emergency services. As we look here, there's an area in the back designated for emergency parking space. So in the event that we have an ambulance called to the property, the ambulance could come back here and they can pick up whoever needs emergency care and then pull back out and exit out through Kitchell Place.
And Mr. Scott, there was a waiver that was identified with respect to the commercial two-way traffic driveway of 11.4 feet, where the minimum required is 24 feet. And you met with the Department of Engineering, and that's what inevitably also led to the direction of traffic through the driveway be limited to a one-way, correct?
That is correct. The driveway is not wide enough for two-way, so yes, we will be requesting that waiver.
And what you indicated as the entrance and the emergency parking, that area is currently used for loading and unloading of the adjoining property owners as well. Is that your understanding?
Well, yes and no. That area can be used for loading and unloading, but it's specifically identified for emergency vehicles. The loading and unloading can still take place even if there are vehicles parked in that emergency space.
Correct, but our intention is to use it for that purpose, correct?
Yes.
Emergency. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, if I go to my next page, this is just a grading plan. Really not much to see here because the property pretty much takes up the building, I should say, takes up almost the entirety of the property. Here on this next page, which is our utility plan, it shows where we're making our utility connections along Park Place, along the frontage. So as a requirement of the city, if we make more than it's either 2 or 3 cuts into the street, we are required to repave the street, which we are happy to do. We're going to repave the street, put new curbing and sidewalk, and we also anticipate we're going to be putting a stormwater management system, which is shown here by this rectangle, which was going to collect all of the stormwater runoff that's going to be coming off of the building. It will be collected inside the building, attenuated, and then discharged out into the street, into Park Place. On our next plan, we show our lighting plan, which is basically modeling the lights that are in Park Place, as well as the existing light that's along Park Place, as well as 2 proposed lights that we're proposing to provide, adequate lighting in the rear along the Kitchell Place alley and easement.
And it was identified that there is maximum permitted for the lighting along the pedestrian walkway is 2.5, and we are exceeding that number, correct?
Well, it's not that we are exceeding that number. That is the existing light that is there, that is provided by the city.
Mm-hmm.
So we will not be making any adjustments to that lighting.
Correct, and that's lighting produced by the city, not the applicant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, and then there was one question in the engineer's report about providing a street tree. We do not show it on this plan, but we are happy to provide it. The only issue is that we would need to work with the city's arborist to find an adequate location for it. We know based upon the utility plan that there are a number of utilities that are in the street here. So we need to look to see if we can find a place that we can put the tree. What is typical in this area and what is currently existing along the street is that there are planters that provide that hold the tree. And we're willing to do that. Whatever the city is requesting of us, we are happy to do.
Okay.
And that pretty much concludes my testimony for the site, as this is, for the most part, primarily it's a building, and there's not a whole lot in terms of site area on this site.
Okay.
Mr. Scott, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. When you were talking about the rear of the property, you submitted as part of your plans and with the application sheets that show the turning configuration and the radii for the access of the vehicles entering the rear of the property, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And it is compliant. Go ahead, please.
It is compliant, and I actually do have a copy of it here. This was not submitted initially as part of our initial submission, but it was submitted after our meeting with the city of Newark in their Department of Engineering, the Office of Traffic and Signals.
Okay.
So yes, so this is the plan here that shows our truck, our SU-30 truck, and coming access from Kitchell Place into the property, and it shows that it could also make the turn out into onto Kitchell Place through the easement, through the existing easement.
And I believe we made mention of it, but just confirming that the applicant in this case will be providing private pickup as it relates to the refuse and recycling. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Okay. I believe there was another question that was raised maybe in the Department of Engineering's plan as it relates to oil tanks, whether that we are aware of any existing underground oil tanks under the property.
Yes, the survey showed what looks like it could be a potential fill location for an existing oil tank. If that is the case, we will remediate it and remove it as part of the construction of this building.
Okay. There was an additional question as it relates to, I believe, rooftop mechanical equipment that might have been addressed by Mr. Kelly, and just confirming that the applicant, certainly there will be screening and it won't be visible from the street, correct?
I would have to defer to the architect.
Just noting that it was in the engineering plans, in the engineering report, although it was an architectural feature, that architectural comment that Mr. Kelly provided testimony to.
Okay.
Lastly, I believe there was a question that was just simply raised, and I think you might have mentioned it, with lighting. With the exception of that, we do not have any other relief that's being requested as to lighting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Scott, I believe that concludes your testimony. We do have someone else who's going to provide testimony as it relates to the parking. So I have no additional questions at this moment for Mr. Scott. Thank you.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Jordan.
Okay, so the display that you have on the screen with the truck, it looks like a really small area back there. So if the truck comes in, can the truck turn around, or does it have to back out? It doesn't look like it has much room to do anything.
So yes, it is a tight area. What's shown is, if it's just making one movement. So typically when people park their car, they usually have to do multiple movements. So this is really no different, right? So this, it's a small, tight area just getting in, but once it gets in, it doesn't have to turn around and go back out. This is a one-way, movement, because the circulation is going to be one way. It's going to come in this way from Kitchell Place, do what it needs to do, and then come back out through Kitchell Place. So it doesn't need to make a turnaround.
So is that only a space for like one truck at a time? Like, would there be anyone parking back there? Or
There will be no one parking back there. This is really just for loading and unloading. When they come to pick up the garbage or recycling, The stuff will be rolled out from the compactor room, rolled out, they'll pick it up, and then they'll pull it right out and be on their way. Operation probably takes no more than 5 minutes.
Do you know whether there's parking back there now?
Currently, people do use that area to park, but they're parking illegally. For one, it's an easement through there, and two, it's private property. So if people are parking there now, they should not be parking there.
So whose private property is it?
So the property is owned by our client, the developer, but there's an easement that goes through here so that people should not be parking there and they should not be blocking that area. Who's actually parking there now? I don't know who actually parks there, but I have seen vehicles and cars back there upon site visits.
So the only thing that is coming back there are to pick up and garbage?
To pick up garbage or for deliveries or for emergency vehicles.
And any vehicle can fit back there in that tight space?
I didn't say any vehicle. The vehicle that we show here, a straight truck, which is typical of like a moving truck or a delivery truck, will be able to fit back there. A typical 18-wheeler would not be able to fit back here.
So not an 18-wheeler, so what size would that be, a box truck?
Yeah, this is commonly known as a box truck. So this is typical of the size of a truck that they will be using for deliveries and for refuse pickup.
I never knew a box truck to pick up garbage.
Well, no, we wouldn't be using the box truck to pick up garbage. We'd use a garbage truck to pick up garbage, but it's similar in size.
A small garbage hauler, right? For how many units again?
What do we have? 272 units, I believe it is. I'm not totally sure. 242. Again, I'd have to defer to.
Yeah, and there was testimony, there's a garbage compactor. And
yeah, so the way that it would work is, there's a compactor that would compact the trash, and then, on scheduled days, a private hauler will come pick up garbage as many times as necessary throughout the week.
Thank you. Commissioner Jordan, did they answer all your questions or attempt to?
Yeah, I had that question like a long time ago, so I guess that's, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any professionals who?
Looks like Mr. Trafficante has his hand raised.
Yeah, I can't see him. All right, Mr. Trafficante, if you allow us to reclaim the screen.
Mr. Trafficante, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your affiliation for the record.
My name is Charles Trafficante, Traf as in Frank, ICAN, T as in Tom, E as in Edward. I am a principal engineer. I am also a professional engineer. I'm in employment at the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the State Board.
Thank you, Mr. Trafficante. You're accepted by the board.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Scott, good evening.
Good evening.
In the Department of Engineers report to the Planning Board dated September 29, 2025, on page 4, under item 5, Roman numeral 13, applicant shall provide testimony to the board as to how they intend to keep the metered parking spaces in front of the subject site along Park Place during construction. Applicant shall also note the total number of metered parking spaces in front of the subject site along Park's Place. Applicant shall obtain a letter of approval from the Newark Parking Authority, granting them permission to temporarily remove and later replace the 2 or 3 meter parking spaces during construction, should it be necessary prior to the start of construction activities. Can you address the meter parking spaces along Park Place, how will they be maintained during construction? Will they be removed? What's the plan for those?
Yes, so during construction, which is typical in an area like this and many areas throughout the city, the area will be cordoned off and not, and there will be no parking during that time. As part of that closing of those or removal of those metered parking spaces, our applicant or the contractor for the applicant would be required to then get a permit from the Division of Traffic and Signals, as well as to pay a fee to the Newark Parking Authority to make up for the revenue lost for those parking spaces. So that would be something that would be required as a condition of this approval, and we are, ready and willing to do so at the time of construction.
All right. And I have to ask, otherwise you can comply with all the other comments in the Department of Engineering's report to the Planning Board dated September 29th, 2025?
I'm sorry, you asked me, did I have any objection to the comments?
No, yeah. Do you have any objections?
Okay. No, not really an objection. Just want to point out to the fact that a couple of them are no longer applicable because I think that the initial review or, the first time that this project was looked at, there was potential for parking on site. We do not have parking on site. So there was a comment about, section number 9 under lighting plan, number 9, heading 9, number 4. We are not proposing indoor parking, so we will not be providing an indoor lighting plan. And then also under heading number 5, site layout plan, item number 15, as I already testified to, that we will not anticipate a tractor trailer accessing the site or circulating the site. Other than those 2 items, I am okay with the comments from the engineer's report.
All right. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
I have a
Thank
question.
you, Mr. Trafficante. All right. Your next professional.
I think Commissioner Miles has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Commissioner-
I don't know if maybe it's not appropriate now, but Jennifer, you can let me know if it's gonna be answered. But regarding the area and the parking, was there ever conversation with like NJ Pack in the events? Because I heard a comment about the street being blocked off for some time, and we know, graduation's coming up, a lot of events are going on, so how are we managing that?
Yeah, we do have, go ahead, Phil, I'm sorry.
Yes, so we never anticipate blocking the street off during construction. If anything, we will take the right of way up to the curb and then maybe a parking lane in front of the building, but we will never close off the street in totality. Only maybe on the days where we may be making a utility connection, but obviously we would make sure that we would plan it and work with the Office of Public Safety, Police Department, and we will have, police protection, and we will make sure that we coordinate with NJ Pack and anyone else who may be having activities during that time. So we know that during, graduation period, we wouldn't be doing that type of construction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Miles. All right, the next professional.
Matthew Seckler.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Seckler, do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, state your affiliation for the record.
My name is Matthew Seckler. That's Seckler. I'm with Stonefield Engineering Design. Address is 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Councilman, qualified witness.
Mr. Seckler, can you provide the board the benefit of your educational background and status of your license, please?
Certainly, a Bachelor of Science from Union College in Schenectady, New York. A Master's of City Regional Planning from Rutgers University. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I'm a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey and recognized as a professional traffic operations engineer by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Been accepted for over 150 boards in the state, including this board on numerous occasions.
Thank you. And your license is current and in good standing, correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Seckler, you're accepted by the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Seckler, your office prepared a parking study that was submitted that dated February 2nd, 2026 to the city. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. If you can, please provide the board with an overview of the study and the findings, please.
Yes, we did a parking assessment report related to this application. Primarily, we looked at parking being one of the key aspects of this application. Now, I know there'll be some discussions likely from our planner regarding the applicability of or how much parking we're required to have under the ordinance requirements. Just to remind the board that the redevelopment plan that we're within, which is the downtown, living downtown redevelopment plan, was established about 18 years ago in 2008. And while it did speak to a number of different goals in terms of reducing car ownership, reducing the amount of parking lots in the downtown and creating more livable environment in the downtown, it does require a half space per unit for developments. So a development like ours at 242 units would require 157 parking spaces. In November 2023, and then later amended in September of 2024, the city published the new ordinance, general city ordinance, citywide ordinance that had changes to the parking standards. And in that ordinance, it does allow for no parking to be required if within 1,200 feet of a light rail or heavy rail station. So again, obviously, I'll leave it up to the planners and attorneys to argue the applicability, but I just want to put on the record that under the Living Downtown Redevelopment Plan, which is 18 years old, we're required to have 157 parking spaces. But under the current or the ordinance that is governs all of the city, we would be required to have no parking spaces because we are about 800 feet from 2 light rail stations. But going under the assumption that should we need 157 parking spaces, we obviously looked at really what would the need for parking be in this area for the residents of this building, where could residents or visitors park if they do have cars, and what's the typical demographics for people that currently live in this general area. So first thing to note is that the unit mix of this building is 170 one-bedroom apartments and 72 two-bedroom apartments. So over 70% of the units of this building are one-bedroom apartments. So this is not a building that has excessive number of bedrooms per unit. Again, you're really on the lower end in terms of the number of occupants that you'd expect in this building, even though it has 242 units. Secondly, we looked at the public transit in the area, and I'd like to share an exhibit. If I could share my screen.
Sure, I'm going to mark this, Madam Chairman, Mr. Plata. It's A2.
So A2, once I hit the screen, you should be able to see what is an aerial exhibit. It's prepared by Stonefield Engineering Design. The date prepared is February 24, 2026. This is titled Public Transit Exhibit 1 of 2. I'll have a second exhibit that I'll be sharing in a couple seconds. But what this essentially shows is the site outlined in magenta and pink right in the middle of it. And what you see around here is where we've highlighted public transit options in the area. You do have a wide number of bus stops, basically a block and a half from the site in almost any direction. You could get on a bus, and obviously, I believe there's 10 bus lines that you could get on within a 5-minute walk of the site. It's the 11, the 24, the 27, 28, 29, 30, 41, 59, and 108. So a wide range of bus stops in the area that could take you to various locations. In addition, which would be very important should we be following the citywide zoning that was put in place in 2023, we are about 800 feet from 2 light rail stops, basically almost equidistant between the Military Park and the NJPAC Center Street light rail stops. So 800 feet, a very short walk, again, well within the 1,200 foot radii that your general ordinance would allow for no parking to be required. And then on the bottom right-hand portion of the screen is Newark Penn Station, which obviously has the path and the NJ Transit lines as well. So again, this is definitely a location that is well served by mass transportation. And honestly, in seeing and knowing that there's mass transportation in the area, it's not a surprise to note that when we look at census data for really this area of the city, we have found that a little more than 40% of all residents living in this general area commute by mass transportation or walk to work, bike to work, or work at home. So, again, over 40% of the residents that live in this area today, they don't take their car every single day and sit in traffic on McCarter Highway or trying to get out of town. They're living here because it's an easy walk to maybe a place of business where they work at Prudential or at one of the other businesses in the area, or they hop on the train, light rail, or path and commute out of the city as well. So again, we're seeing the fact that there is this is a site well served by mass transportation, and the current residents in the area utilize that mass transportation. Similarly, we found that based on the census data, over 40% of residents in this area do not even own a vehicle. And again, I think that is, you'll hear from our planner, but when you look at, obviously your master plan documents, your newest zoning ordinance, and even some of the goals within the redevelopment plan for the living downtown, there is obviously the need or the desire for more sustainable development that is not reliant on people owning cars, whether it's the expense of owning a car, the expense of having a parking space, or just really the health reasons to not have to get in your car every single day and drive it to work. There obviously is a trend in that direction. And obviously in seeing that 40% of the census tract involves residents do not own a car or have access to a car, I think shows that this is a site that does not require every one of those 242 units to have someone in there that owns or drives a car. Additionally, I want to share the next exhibit, which is also prepared by Stonefield Engineering Design. Do you want me to mark this as A3?
Please.
This one is titled Parking Garage Exhibit, and it's 2 of 2. It's also prepared February 24, 2026. And I think this also goes to some of, I think it blends some of the discussion you hear from our planners later on. But this is a site that, while we do not have parking, is well served with parking lots that are available to the public for purchase in the close proximity. What we've highlighted here, again, is our site in magenta. We've highlighted in yellow some kind of event or daily parking, or I guess orange, daily parking lots. The military parking lot, while it's not available for overnight parking, would be well suited for visitors of our building, people that are coming to see a resident of the building, be able to park. They can park right across the street and walk over. In addition, the parking lots highlighted in blue, and again, there is multiple parking spaces within, parking lots within 800 feet of here, where residents of this building, should they have a car, own a car, want a car, they could purchase parking and be able to walk a short distance back to their apartment. Again, this was done in lieu of, I would say, your standard parking studies that we would do, where we count the number of parking spaces on the street within 300 feet. Because honestly, there's about 20 parking spaces that are metered in front of our site that are within 300 feet. And that obviously would not be able to support the ordinance requirement of 157 parking spaces. So in lieu of showing that there's on-street parking spaces available, I want to show that there were parking spaces available for residents of our building should they want to own a car. And again, I'll default to our planner, who may discuss the benefits of helping keeping costs low, providing more affordable and equitable housing when you do not cause residents of buildings to pay for parking spaces they don't need in the building. Really, that's what essentially happens, is when you build a parking garage in your building, you're defraying or dispersing that cost to all the residents of the building, as opposed to in this case, where if you decide you are a resident, you want to own a car because you want to get away on the weekends, you have the ability to purchase at market rate at any of the parking lots that we've highlighted here in blue. And visitors can obviously park in one of the daily lots or the 24-hour parking lots as well. We did make a call to a couple of these parking garages. They've all indicated to us that overnight monthly parking is currently available. Obviously, I have no idea when this building gets built what the availability would be, but I do know that there is available parking specifically, obviously overnight, for what will be when the residents coming back to the building would have their maximum parking demand.
And just for the record, Mr. Haslin Greenville from Metropolis Operations Manager, we're happy to submit to the board, and that'll be a supplemental submission, a letter indicating the availability of parking and the willingness to enter into an agreement with the owner of the property as it relates to their parcels that include military park garage.
Correct. And again, I'm going to default because I think there's a lot of great planning arguments here, but I'm not the planner for this application. But again, I think that your ordinance does speak to, again, the living downtown redevelopment plan and, putting more people on the street. And I don't think it's a bad thing to have people park in an offsite parking garage and walk and experience the downtown and adding that kind of vibrancy to the downtown as opposed to pulling into your garage and never going outside and never seeing the businesses on your path to and from work. I also think obviously there's transportation, engineering, and safety benefits to not opening up new curb cuts on Wayne Shorter Way. It's obviously an area that sees quite a bit of traffic. Obviously both pedestrian traffic and vehicular traffic. And really, I think that this site is well suited to utilize a lot of the for pay parking garages in the area as opposed to creating a curb cut either in the front or down the narrow alley in the back that you just saw from our engineer's testimony, that narrow access off of Kitchell Place. So overall, I think that this application is well located to take advantage of the mass transportation options in the area, to help decrease the expected amount of cars that would be generated by this development. Obviously, anyone that would come and rent in this building would have the understanding that this is not a building that has, one parking space for every unit. And I think that people will select this type of apartment because they're not obligated to buy a parking space. They're not obligated to lease a parking space. They could definitely commute, as we've seen from the census data for the residents that currently live in this area, that a lot of these people are going to be commuting by light rail, by bus, by train, and by path. And again, just to remind the board that if we were not in this downtown redevelopment plan, but we were still located this close to light rail stops, we would not be required to have any parking spaces. Your ordinance, your underlying city ordinance would not require any parking spaces for this application, except for the fact that we're in the redevelopment plan, which again predates the zoning ordinance by, I think, at least 15 or 16 years. So again, I think that, from a traffic engineering perspective, I think that, that zero parking space requirement is definitely more indicative of the direction that the city wants to go and what we're seeing more and more in the traffic engineering industry.
Thank you, Mr. Seckler.
Thank you. Mr. Seckler, did you have an opportunity to review the report that was issued by Mr. Trafficante dated February 2026?
Yes, I did. And again, I think one of the main comments that was related to my testimony was related to the lack of parking study, where the city typically for a parking variance would want you to look at the number of available on-street parking spaces. There's about 20 parking spaces that are metered, whether they're 2-hour parking spaces or there's a 15-minute parking space kind of along Wayne Shorter Way. Again, by no means are we ever going to be able to satisfy our parking requirement just in those 20 metered parking spaces. So again, I think in this type of application, it's better to see what, for purchase parking lots there are in the area as opposed to the on-street parking spaces. So again, I'm not looking to take any credit for on-street parking. It's very hard to find in this area, and I wouldn't expect our applicant to rely on that to satisfy their parking needs.
Thank you. I wanted to at least acknowledge that you've read the report, not only from Mr. Trafficante, but from the planners and the Department of Engineering as well.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. McDonough, just for the board's edification, will be providing additional testimony on this issue. So I have no additional questions for you, Mr. Seckler. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh.
Mr. Trafficante and Ms. Who's your question for? Mr. Trafficante. Who are you looking to question Mr. Seckler? I cannot hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
There we go.
Better?
Now I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's Mr. Seckler. I understand, based on your testimony about advising the parking study to do a count available spaces. All right, that addresses comments 4 and 5 in my memo to the board dated February 20th, 2026. But the last 4 items 6 through 9, can you provide testimony to those?
Hold on, let me get those in here. Which,
It
you were
is-
talking, which date are we talking about? Which letter date?
The review memo dated February 20th, 2026 regarding your parking study that was dated February 12th, 2026, prepared by yourself and Mr. Vicio.
So Mr. Steckler, it's a memo from Charles Trafficante
Yep, I
regarding
see it right
traffic.
here. Yep. Oh,
Perfect. Thank you.
And I was
Yep,
wondering,
so,
address items 6, 7, 8, 9, please.
yes, I think that the fact that we had, weekday, okay, yeah, so we did provide, I believe, email to your office regarding some of the trip generation rates associated with this development. As indicated, what we had submitted to the board was focused primarily on the parking aspects of this application, not necessarily the traffic that would be generated. Obviously, not having indoor or private parking on site, it really reduces the expected trip generation. But I think what we had provided to your board was what the Institute of Transportation Engineer manual, trip generation manual, had in terms of downtown or urban downtown development trip generation associated with residential buildings, which in this case was 242 unit building, as well as the small restaurant or kind of retail space that we are proposed to have on site. I think based on that data, we're expected to have considerably less than what we typically look at would be 100 vehicle trips in an hour, which would be expected to potentially change the level of service or the congestion on the roadway itself. So I think what we had provided your office as part of those emails were the trip generation, and not just of cars, but also where applicable, the IT does have some data regarding the amount of people that would be expected to walk, bike, or use transit coming from these developments. So those were the kind of what we provided your board, yourself, in kind of email form. But again, they're significantly less than the 100 trips that would typically reach a threshold of potentially changing traffic in the area. And again, not having a parking lot at all helps defray the likelihood that people would drive to or from a site like this.
All right, so make life easy. Can you tell us 3 simple quick answers? What is the existing level of service along Park Place? What is the proposed level of service under no build conditions along Park Place? And what is the proposed level of service under build conditions along Park Place?
So along Park Place at a specific intersection you're asking for?
Yes, in front between, I guess, the neighboring side streets. If you pull up a map.
Yeah, I mean, like at Center Street, you're looking at basically level of service D or E at all those conditions. So before or after this development at the intersection of, Center Street, Wayne Shorter Way at the north end, where it kind of comes as a T intersection with, looking at NJ-PAC, you're looking at level of service E during most of the peak hour time periods, but that's not changing with with this development, again, because we don't have a garage specific to ourselves. The traffic generated by this site is being defrayed at any one of those likely blue or orange garages that we showed on the earlier exhibit.
All right.
So level of service E, but consistent E.
But that's the level of service under no build as well, right?
Correct. Yes, it's unchanged, but it does hit that level.
Okay. And can you provide testimony to the board regarding other planned development projects within 1,000 feet of project site, including but not limited to the project at 32 Center Street, New Jersey PAC?
Yes.
What impact will these other developments, such as the one at New Jersey PAC, will have in conjunction with your site?
Yep. So those developments would have honestly significantly more impact on the roadway network than our development would. Again, we're looking at very, very low levels of car ownership. So they actually affect the road a heck of a lot more than our development does. But again, that level of service E that I referred to earlier would be unchanged whether our development gets built or not built. Even accounting for that NJ-PAC development that is currently ongoing.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trafficante. Ms. Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of clarifications. Mr. Seckler, can you, again, maybe I missed it. What's the distance between, the site and Newark Penn Station?
As the crow flies or as you would walk?
Well, as you would walk.
Okay, so as you would walk between our site and Newark Penn Station, it would be about a half mile, about a 12-minute walk, and that's
Okay.
taking all the streets. And then again, the light rail stops about 800 feet, whether you want to go to Military Park or, the NJ Pack to the north. It's about
Okay.
800 feet.
Thank you for that clarification. And then just, and this does not go to the merits of your testimony or the planning basis. I'm just qualifying this. But, in our opinion, this application does require a parking variance. It is clear in the plan that, and the last plan was amended not 18 years ago, it was amended 7 years ago. But it's clear explicitly that the standards are superseded by this plan. And again, I just want to qualify that my comment is not related to the planning basis or the merits of what the variance may be. But in our opinion, there is a need for a variance.
And I would leave that to the attorney and the planners to discuss, and I don't disagree with you. I just want to put on the record that obviously there's been continual ordinances and changes elsewhere in the city that may reflect conditions similar to this.
Thank you, Mr. Seckler. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
All right. You're welcome, Ms. Gruhl. Your next professional.
Mr. John McDonough.
Mr. McDonough, do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your affiliation for the record.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is John McDonough. My address is 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I'm the project planner.
Mr. McDonough, can you provide your educational background and the status of your license, please?
Sure. Licensed professional planner, state of New Jersey, current and in good standing. Also a member of the AICP, that's our national certification. Education and planning comes from Rutgers, and I think I said my licenses are current and in good standing. This is what I do on a nightly basis.
All right. Well, you're accepted by the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, you are familiar with the application and have reviewed the plans that were submitted as part of the application and the supplemental plans, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you are familiar with the property?
Yes, I am thoroughly.
And you have, you've reviewed the redevelopment plan as well as the amendments thereto in the master plan for the city of Newark, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you have had an opportunity to hear the testimony that was presented at the hearing in March and this evening in totality, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and if you can, please provide the board with an overview with respect to the relief that's being requested. That includes the site plan relief that's being requested, along with the variance relief that includes the pre-existing lot sizes, the waivers noted, and the parking variance that we just discussed, please.
Sure thing. So as usual, Ms. Gruhl, your planner has given the board a good, thorough report explaining the project and the things you need to think about, particularly with respect to the relief that the applicant is asking the board to move on. We are here, as you all know, in the heart of the city. Many great buildings, both of historic and contemporary quality. This is a project, as you've seen and heard, has passed historic muster through the Landmarks Commission and is essentially going to fill a void in the downtown that's lacking with all of these other beautiful buildings around it. So from a pure physical planning standpoint, the applicant is doing a good thing here. And I think what I'd like to do to emphasize and underscore that point is just share an exhibit with the board. So Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll mark yet another exhibit for the board.
And this will be A4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so A4 is going to be a 9-slide exhibit, just showing, again, the subject property. You've heard enough about that now through our engineering testimony, through the architectural testimony as well. Again, here in the heart of the city, close to so many great amenities, including NJ Pack. You just heard about being within reasonable walking distance of Newark Penn Station, one of the busiest train stations on all of the East Coast. And then, of course, the downtown military park is right there, and all of these great amenities are right there. It is good planning, as I have said many times, to concentrate people next to civic amenities and transit amenities. And we know this is an area that is transit rich, it is walkability rich. And so, again, given all of those amenities in the area, it is certainly consistent with good planning to concentrate people here. We'll talk about that master plan, the redevelopment plan, and its goals and objectives in a second. But from a pure physical standpoint, what's happening here is clearly going to fill a void. And as we look at sheet number 2, we're now looking into the downtown, and what stands out as the smallest building in the skyline is where the applicant is proposing this beautiful 27-story building, not any taller than the building immediately adjacent, as you heard last time. Just another view of the void that we're dealing with the beautiful hotel and beautiful historic building right next door. Again, something that's going to complement, certainly from a visual standpoint, that which is already there. Then just spanning more to the left towards NJ Pack, again, you get a sense of the beauty of the downtown and how this is going to add value and quality to the downtown and fill what is clearly out of place presently now with all of that sky between all of these other beautiful buildings. This is a closer view, sheet number 5, and then sheet number 6. If you walk the street here, you can see how much this building has fallen into disrepair, and from a streetscape standpoint is certainly not adding any value to the area. Then we just took some views of the park next door, again, to highlight the beauty of Military Park and the site's location right across the street from it. So with that context, we see that we are here in the Living Downtown redevelopment plan, and a project that substantially complies with the regulations therein and all of the laudable goals and objectives that are within the redevelopment plan. The overall project height complies, the overall project density complies, and the setbacks on all of the sides comply as well. So the form of development fully complies with your ordinance and doesn't go any higher than that adjacent building, although there's no limit on how tall this building could be. In terms of the laudable goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan, this is what your own redevelopment plan says about the vision for living downtown. Encourage the creation of a more mixed-use downtown filled with activity 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. And around-the-clock population, not one that leaves at night but stays, is exactly what this application is doing here. Number 2, strengthen the downtown's economic health by increasing job-producing activities. Again, there's retail component here as well, so we do have a nice mixed use happening. 3, improve the image of the downtown by promoting and implementing design excellence. You saw that beautiful building in detail last time, and sustainable buildings in its buildings and the public realm. Number 4, promote the restoration and adaptive reuse of the downtown's historic resources and foster enhancement and expansion of the downtown's cultural resources. Number 5, attract thousands of new residents and encourage the creation of a variety of new housing opportunities for people of all income levels. Number 6, importantly, reduce the dependence on the car and increase usage of public, pedestrian, and bicycle transit. Number 7, promote an image of safety and vibrancy. And number 8, invest in the public realm. Those are all the core goals of the redevelopment plan, and certainly this application is spot on with those laudable goals and purposes. The redevelopment plan goes on to say, as a vision, a downtown connected by a vibrant, walkable, and active streets. And then goes on to say, as one of the redevelopment objectives, eliminate parking and side yard requirements that would hinder otherwise positive redevelopment. So again, that's what the application is doing here. Now, importantly, from a timing standpoint, we have a fresh new master plan, Newark 360, which postdates the latest version of the redevelopment plan. You heard Ms. Gruhl say 7 years ago was the last amendment to the redevelopment plan. Our master plan here in the city is now 3 or 4 years old, certainly postdates that. And this is what the master plan says about the living downtown redevelopment area. Remove minimum parking requirements, instead create maximum parking requirements for new developments to encourage density and walkability. So this is a clear-cut case where the zoning has just not yet caught up to the recommendations of the master plan. And as we know, all variance relief must be based on whether the relief would cause substantial impairment to the zone plan and the ordinance. That includes your master plan. And this is what your master plan says in the Newark 360 plan about what to do about parking in the downtown. In terms of the predicate for that parking relief, again, we're going to look here under the flexible C balancing test, where all of those benefits that I just gave you, the promotion of the general welfare with new housing stock, the revitalization of the downtown, the beautiful building, all would promote purposes A of the land use law, the promotion of the general welfare, purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land, and purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment. Again, I think all of those purposes of zoning are advanced here. On the negative side, there is a clear absence of negative criteria and little, if any, weight in that regard. Falling back on Mr. Seckler's testimony, the lessened need for parking here based on the proximity to mass transit, notably Penn Station, just a couple hundred feet away. The unit mix being an emphasis on the smaller one-bedroom units. Mass transit, as we said, not only train station, but bus stations and light rail. If we went by the letter of the ordinance as it's now recommended, I agree with Ms. Gruhl, we still need the relief because the master plan supersedes. But in time, when the redevelopment plan catches up to the master plan and the city zoning ordinance, then you will effectuate those goals and those laudable purposes. Finally, you have census data and you have evidence of parking garages in the area, all of which would mitigate the need for additional parking in this area. We are seeing, of course, a relaxation of some parking requirements and the granting of variances for some parking for some projects in the downtown related to parking. So I think that's all spot on with this shifting policy in the downtown. All said, the parking relief is justified, as I said, under that flexible C balancing test where the benefits would outweigh the detriments. And then lastly, the relief, as Ms. Gruhl calls out, related to the lot dimensions, the lot area, and the lot width are existing conditions. This is a lawfully platted lot. The applicant is not creating it. It's there. It's a buildable lot. All additional lands are developed, so there's a clear-cut hardship here in meeting that standard. And again, we're not creating a subdivision here. We're working with the land that's already there and lawfully platted. So all said, I think the numerous benefits that we've given you here, the substantial compliance with the redevelopment plan and the master plan, and again, the lessened need for the automobile in this particular location in the downtown meets the statutory criteria for approval, and therefore approval is warranted. That's all I have on direct.
Thank you. And Mr. McDonough, we've identified the variance relief, and then there are additional waivers that you heard testimony this evening from our professionals as it relates to the commercial two-way traffic driveway that's a pre-existing condition. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. That's reasonable and appropriate as a design exception.
The lighting, when in fact it is an existing condition as it relates to the city lighting that's on the location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the last is the shade tree. And while the applicant in this case will work with the city arborist, we want to comply and plant that tree. We understand that there are utilities underground that may prevent it. And in that event, we will agree and stipulate on the record that at that point, we'll make the contribution, but we will make every concerted effort to plant, if possible, that tree in the front of the property. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And I have no additional questions. Thank you, Mr. McDonough.
Thank you. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions for Mr. McDonough? No. All right, so at this time, we want to invite the members of the public and the objectors. Particularly, we would like the attorney who is amongst the objectors to have an opportunity to cross-examine the professionals who presented today. So if you could raise your hand. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Jordan.
I'm sorry, is there, can we take 1 minute to see a rendition of the, what is proposed, a proposed drawing of
Oh,
the,
sure. Yeah, absolutely. If that's okay, Ms. Jordan, I'll call, yeah, our project architect is gonna show, this was the first exhibit. So if you can just.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll skip down and to the rendering sheets, and there's a number of different views.
Mr. Plata, this is our board architect, our professional architect. He provided testimony at the first hearing. He wasn't sworn in here, but just want to note that this was exhibit A1 from that hearing.
Okay. This is the first of the rendered views. This is obviously from directly across Military Park, showing the front of the building in Park Place. This is a more straight-on view taken if you were standing in the park looking directly at the front of the building. Obviously the Burger Building on the right-hand side. And then moving the camera slightly to the north, sweeping across, we see the view taken from the corner of Broad Street and New Street. And then we also have a view from the back of the building. There's a similar facade treatment on all sides because obviously there is no back of this building. We've treated every side of this building as if it was a front or a street facade. So if the building was to be viewed from the rear from Mulberry Street, that's the building.
okay,
No
thank
comment.
you.
You're welcome. All right. If we could have the screen back.
Absolutely.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
I can't see him now. Where? Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. Mr. Souter.
How are you this evening, Madam Chair?
Good evening.
Thank you all for your time. As a matter of legal prudence, I would like to just simply note and renote our objection to jurisdiction, as we do not believe that notice was appropriate given the application that was filed, the application that was presented before the Historic Commission, and the application before the board tonight. This matter was adjourned on several occasions, so we do not believe that notice was appropriate. My client in particular did not receive appropriate notice within the requisite time period. We are unsure if they have the mailings to prove that they actually did make those mailings, but we did want to make sure that we had a complete record in reference to that. We would also like to reiterate our objection to the fact that this meeting has been held very different from any other meeting before the planning board, any other hearings where we were not allowed to object as professionals went on. In fact, I was brought in and then kicked out of the meeting. So it's just my desire to note those objections for the record, so that they are on the record and prepared in the case litigation needs to ensue from here on out. With that, Madam Chair, we would like to cross-examine the applicant's engineer, Mr. Philip Scott, if he is so still available.
Mr. Scott.
Yes, I am here.
Mr. Scott, you were the engineer for this project.
Yes.
Do you know if the city's professionals were able to provide you with feedback on the application before the board tonight or were the feedback provided in reference to the application that included 55 parking spaces?
I don't know anything about 55 parking spaces. They did provide me feedback prior to tonight, though, yes.
So you were unaware that at one particular point in time, this application was submitted with 55 parking spaces included with it?
There was an application, or should I say there was a plan initially submitted with parking spaces. I don't know if the 55 was the exact number, but yes, there was some that was submitted previously prior to what was shown here tonight.
Okay, so you're unaware if the city's professionals reviewed those plans with 55 spaces versus plans that were presented tonight with 0 parking spaces?
I believe they did review to some extent, as there was a comment that was in the report, the engineer's report, that referred to parking in the indoor parking. But as I clarified with him, that this project that we're proposing tonight does not have any parking on site.
So do you know if he was able to review these particular plans presented tonight prior to tonight's application, or he was submitted with a plan that had 55 parking spaces?
I know for sure that he was able to review these plans as it is noted in his review letter. That was, I believe, dated September 29th, 2025.
Okay, are you aware of which plans were presented before the city's historic commission?
No, I am not aware. I was not involved in the historic submission.
If you were made aware that the application from a design
I'm
perspective.
going to
that was
object to an
submitted-
application on a hypothetical. He should provide
That's
an
okay.
answer as it comes to his.
I was not even allowed to object as she went forward, Madam Chair.
It's my
I would ask
application.
that, I would ask that Mrs. Carrillo also wait and also have the same level of respect as I had, that I sat here patiently. And I very much so, right, allow for it to move forward in that vein. I would like to ask my questions uninterrupted, and if she has an objection to them, she should have to wait, just as she asked that others objectors wait.
Mr. Balata, I'm going to defer to you because this is our application.
I mean, you're asking a professional hypotheticals
Thank you.
with respect to facts, not at least from what I gained.
Okay.
I mean, that's not.
I can ask the fact, right? But the reality of it is that the application that was heard before the historic commission was a different application. So if he doesn't have any recollection to that, and he doesn't understand that he is or is not testifying to the same application that was presented before the historic commission, I'd like that to be on the record. That is what I'm going for. That is the purpose of the testimony that is being, the questions that are being asked. So
I think he already acknowledged that he wasn't aware of what was presented to the historic commission.
I'm allowed to continue to ask questions so that I can drill that down on that, Mr. Plata. That is all I'm asking to do.
I mean, he can't testify to what he doesn't know. I mean, you've kind of established that he's not aware of what was presented before the historic commission. I mean, I guess if you want to ask him as an expert if that changes his opinion on something, that's something different. But
well, that's where I was going. So,
you know,
but I'm not necessarily sure where we're right. Like I don't have a problem with her stating her objection for the record, but I should really be able to ask the questions.
So let me ask if I'm hearing you correctly. You're saying that they're two separate applications. There's one that was, in your opinion, presented to the historical, and then this is something that's different. Is that what you're saying?
That is absolutely correct. And it was stated for the record at the last hearing when the architect testified that the design application presented before the historic commission included 55 parking spaces, and it was for 232 units versus 240. I think it was 235 versus 242, something of that nature. So if the engineer doesn't know that, and this is a different application, I think that not only the board, but the community should know that there are different applications. And this also goes to the jurisdictional issue because any individual should be able to tell from these
Is this
applications and what is
testimony or
submitted.
questions? I apologize. we were asking cross-examination. You're providing
I'm actually
testimony.
having a conversation with
That is
Chairwoman
not
Witcher right
permitted.
now.
What's permitted is
Well, she asked the
cross-examination.
question. She asked the question.
Correct, but
So
it's
I'll
asked and
answer the question that she put before the board, right? That she asked me, and I'm answering her question.
correct, asked and answered. This is not testimony
No,
unless you want to be
you're
sworn
not
in.
asking answer. You're not the judge. Actually,
Sir.
Ms. Witcher is the judge here. She's the chair. This is her meeting.
Mr. Plata, I was just asked if we're
I'm
gonna have
not,
testimony.
Madam Chair. I
Yes.
gotta say, right, like if
Why
I'm
don't
doing
you
something,
know
for her to just cut me off and then turn around and say, Mr. Plata, as though I'm respectfully answering the question that was asked of me. That's all I was asked. That's all I was doing.
All right, so you presented that question, right? And it may not have been answered to your satisfaction. Do you have a different question or an additional question?
My questions are still towards the application because I would like to know which application is before the board. And if we're going to have one application, I just want to be clear. So because of what was submitted, I was not clear. That's what I was seeking. And I will be asking these questions of every professional because there are various plans that have been submitted and there are various different plans that are available online for us to review.
So what is the date of the application that you're presenting, Mr. Scott? I don't know if that's the way to ask the question.
The drawings that are presented that I testified to were signed and dated September 23rd, 2025. Those are the drawings that I am testifying to.
Okay.
All right.
And you are not aware if these were actually submitted to the Historic Commission as a jurisdictional requirement before this evening?
I am not aware.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Scott, can you put your exhibit back up that included the turning radius, please?
Okay. You're able to see the exhibit?
Yes, would you mind zooming in to the back of the building, please, particularly where the turning radius is and the entrance from Kitchell Street? Thank you. Do you know how wide the opening is going into the building?
Yes, it's a little over 10 feet.
A little over 10 feet, but what is the size of the opening in your building?
Opening between the buildings, we have 12 feet.
You have 12 feet.
Yes.
So the opening in the building is 12 feet, but the actual entrance to the building is significantly smaller?
I wouldn't say significantly. It is smaller.
Okay, roughly 2 feet smaller.
Approximately.
And that's coming from the two-way road?
No, this is an alley, and it's not a two-way. It's one way.
It's a one-way road. Are you familiar with how the vehicle will come off of the main road and make its way to the back of the building here?
Yes, I am.
How would that maneuvering need to happen?
Let me see if I can show it on a different plan. On an aerial, I should say. So this is an aerial of the area.
Mhm.
Zoom in. So it would have to get access from Mulberry Street, enter down here to Kitchell Place, and then enter in here along this path.
And then it needs to make a right onto Kitchell and then a left? Is that correct?
A right onto Kitchell Place, and then follow Kitchell Place along there. It wouldn't necessarily be a left because there's not really a turn. It would just follow along Kitchell Place.
But, I mean, for the common layperson, that would be a left-hand turn, correct?
Yes.
Have you visited this space?
Yes, I have.
Have you done a turning radius for the garbage truck that you allege will need to come down this road?
For a garbage truck, yes, we have. It's able to make this turn. I don't have the exhibit available. We did it with the straight truck that's shown here, but I don't have it showing where it comes down here. I don't have the exhibit of that.
Okay. The truck that you have there, is that a typical garbage truck or is that something different from a typical garbage truck?
This is something different from a typical garbage truck because the type of garbage truck that we anticipate to use on this site is smaller than the normal garbage truck, but we didn't have access to that. It's not something that was in our program that we could model.
So can you describe the type of garbage truck, the dimensions of the garbage truck that you intend to use for this project?
I do not have the dimensions of that truck.
Would that truck be, well, can you provide us with some testimony on what a smaller truck's dimensions would be, considering that it would need to make this maneuver into what would be, I believe you're seeking a variance in reference to the road size here?
It's not a variance. I believe it was a design waiver. In terms of the dimensions of the truck, I anticipate, or wouldn't say anticipate, I believe that garbage truck that we anticipate using on the site is actually smaller than the truck that we actually modeled here.
Can you please share with us some dimensions so that we would know what those dimensions are?
I do not have those handy right now, unfortunately.
Okay. Would it be a truck that would be using the turning radius that you are showing on your drawings here?
I would say yes. It would be safe to assume it's similar in turning radius.
Okay. Could you zoom in a little bit closer, please? On your turning radius, there are in the top right-hand corner, there seems to be two things outlined there. Can you describe what those are?
Two things outlined. I'm not sure what you're talking
To the back of your
here?
building. Yes, right there.
This is pad mounted transformers. That's what where the electricity is going to be feeding the building from.
And do those lines that are drawn generally within that area that looks like the turning radius, are those the turning radius of the small truck that you're saying needs to come into the property?
I believe you're talking about these lines here.
That is correct.
Yeah, so these are the lines that are shown based upon the program. They're very conservative in nature. In the event that they're coming in here and they may not necessarily make the turn to avoid these bollards, they can do this in multiple movements. What's shown here doesn't have to be done all in one turn. It's, like I mentioned, or should I say in my testimony, this is something that can be done as almost as if you're pulling into a parking space. You don't have to do it all in one movement. So it will not be a problem to avoid those potential two bollards that are shown there that are put there to protect those transformers.
Do you know what the distance is from the entrance of the building to that ballard to make that representation?
The distance from, I'm sorry, you said the
entrance of your property, the 12-foot entrance to the left from Kitchen Place?
From here to here?
Yes.
I don't know. I would have to pull it up in a different program. It might take some time to load.
So would it be fair to say then that you don't know, given these lines as drawn, would it be fair to say that you are unaware if the truck would be able to make that maneuver?
No, I'm saying that the truck may not be able to make that maneuver in one movement. It can absolutely make it in more than one movement.
Mr. Scott, are you aware of any other obstructions that Kitchell Place, the alley to Kitchell Place, may provide to a vehicle coming to the back of this building?
I'm not aware of any other obstructions. The only thing that I've noticed in my visit to the site is that there are sometimes vehicles parking illegally in that alley and using that area as their own personal parking spaces. But other than that, I'm not aware of any permanent items that could potentially cause any obstruction to access.
Are there any emergency doors that exit onto Kitchell Place?
That I am not aware of.
If there was an emergency door on Kitchell Place, would that be a problem for your trucks and the ability for pedestrians to safely maneuver that door in the event that there was this smaller truck of dimension size that we all know coming down?
I think that's another hypothetical.
I mean, I don't know how to ask the question when he doesn't know the size of the truck.
Sure, Mr. Scott, the project was designed consistent with what the code permits, correct? And you reviewed it with the director of engineering?
I'm asking questions.
Well, I'm
at this
helping you
point,
because apparently he
Madam
doesn't
Witcher.
understand.
I know how to do questions. I'm not going to allow you to take over my objection. So I'm going to ask him the way that I would like to, Madam Chair.
Okay,
I'm just trying to avoid hypotheticals, that's all.
yes.
I'm not trying to, I will avoid hypotheticals. There is an emergency door on the building next door. You're unaware of that, Mr. Scott?
I am unaware of that, yes.
Would that emergency door change your position when it comes to a vehicle coming down that road and there not being obstructions there?
I am not aware that I was not aware that there was an emergency door. Two, I don't know the dimensions of that door. So I can't say whether it would have any issue with obstruction of our vehicle. In the event that there is an emergency, this vehicle does not necessarily need access. This is not an emergency situation. This is for deliveries and trash pickup. This is, if there's an emergency, there will be no need for this vehicle to enter into Kitchell Place.
But if there is an emergency, that vehicle can be back behind Kitchell Place at that time?
If there is an emergency and this vehicle is already, has entered into Kitchell Place, it is the intent that the vehicle will exit out onto Kitchell Place going towards East Park Street. So there would be no reason for the vehicle to turn around and go back out in the other direction.
Okay. Let's talk about that exit onto Kitchell Place. You testified earlier that it was not an actual roadway. Is that correct?
Well, it's a public right of way up into this section here. Once it gets here, I believe this is a lot. It's no longer a right of way. It is a lot that has an easement that allows for access for my client as well as anybody else who accesses it.
Have you reviewed the easement?
I have not reviewed the easement. This is information that was given to me by the city surveyor, or the former city surveyor, Joe Fox. We had a meeting to discuss when I met with the Department of Engineering, Division of Traffic and Signals, and it was agreed that that would be the access point through that lot using the easement.
Would Joe Fox be the person who could grant you access to use that lot through an easement?
No, he would not. It would be the easement itself is what grants the user access to use the easement.
But you don't know what that easement actually states.
I don't know the specifics of the easement, no. The language
Are
in the easement.
you familiar that the easement is for horse and buggy?
I am not familiar with that.
Okay. You did state that you've gone back here on this property, correct?
Yes, I have been back here.
On the easement portion of the property, can you explain what is currently there? I know you talked about some parking there, but is there anything else on this section of Kitchell Place?
When I initially saw this property, or, you know, when we were getting ready to come to the board in preparation for coming to the board many months ago, there was actually a fence blocking off this easement here. It's my understanding that that fence has since been removed, but I don't know that with any certainty.
Are you familiar with the exit doors for the neighboring property exiting towards that easement?
You're talking about over here, these neighboring properties over here?
That is correct. The immediately next door?
Yes, I'm not aware that those are exit emergency doors or exit doors. I know that there are doors there. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you mentioned it said emergency or not, but regardless, I know that there are doors there. Yes.
Did you do an analysis of pedestrians in that area for your truck to exit onto Kitchell Place?
No, I did no analysis of pedestrians because, as we've stated, you know, this is a use that's not going to be constant or, you know, every day. Well, it may be daily, but it's not something that's going to be a number of trips that it can be counted in use in terms of a traffic analysis.
Are you aware of the stairwell that exists immediately adjacent to the opening that is proposed?
Opening that is proposed where, on the adjacent properties over here?
No, the opening for your building, as the truck
Here?
would exit out, are you familiar with the staircase that would be immediately adjacent to that exit?
I see steps here shown on the survey. It's very light, but it looks like they are steps come down, and it's before it impedes with the track, the tire path of the truck.
Is there a tire path there? I'm trying to.
These lines are what shows the tire path.
Okay, so I think there are 3 lines there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do 2 of those lines one appears to go over the steps, and one seems to be extremely close to those steps. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Would that propose a threat to pedestrian safety?
I don't understand the questioning. I apologize.
There's a stairwell that exists immediately adjacent to the exit of the property. Mr. Scott, do you understand the question?
I understand the question.
Thank you.
So you're asking if it could cause a threat to the safety of pedestrians coming out of the stairs? That's your question?
That is correct.
Yes, it could potentially create a threat.
Are you proposing any safety mechanisms for the pedestrians along that section of Kitchell Place?
I don't know the operations of the steps or what takes place of people coming in and out of here, so I can't say that I can propose anything. What we could do is we could put some type of electronic monitoring or a mirror here for the truck that as it's coming out, they could see whether or not there's anyone here that's coming out.
And would that safety mechanism that you're proposing, would that be on your property or the neighboring property?
That would be on our property. We would have to
Where
do
would
something
you
that's
be able-
within our property. We cannot mount anything on the neighboring property or impede on anything that's within the easement.
To your knowledge, have you or anyone on the development team spoken to the neighbor about the use of this easement as proposed?
I have not, and I don't know whether or not anyone on our team has.
Okay. Are you familiar with the fact that the average height of a garbage truck is 10.5 feet?
That may be very true. I don't know the specifics on the height on a regular garbage truck. As I mentioned, we are working with a reduced size garbage truck.
but you are unfamiliar with the height of that reduced size garbage truck?
That is correct.
Do you know if that garbage truck would be able to maneuver a fire escape that exists on a neighboring property on Kitchell Place?
I know that there's a fire escape over here on this part of Kitchell Place. I'm not aware of any other area of a fire escape.
So where you're aware of a fire escape, will the garbage truck be able to maneuver beyond the fire escape?
I would have to verify the height of that garbage truck. I don't have that information at this time.
There was testimony earlier about emergency loading zone in the back. I just wanted to be clear. It is your understanding that this would not be used for regular loading, right? So this wouldn't be used for like Uber, DoorDash, you know, those types of delivery services like Amazon and stuff like that?
Uber or DoorDash, I would anticipate no, because that's typically done with, like, say, a passenger vehicle. Amazon or UPS or something like that, yes, this area can be used for that. And we would anticipate that it would be used by that, but that doesn't mean specifically that it wouldn't be loaded from the front.
Okay. So there could be multiple uses. Is there some sort of program that you're proposing for the use of this driveway in this back area for loading?
I am not proposing anything like that.
Okay. Do you know what would happen in the event that a Amazon truck and a garbage truck were to present themselves at the same time at the property?
I don't know what would happen if they both came at the same time. There wouldn't be an issue in terms of getting access because this is going to be a one-way in and one-way out. There would be room for both of them to be stationed in the back while one is loading. The other one can be waiting, and then when the one pulls off, the other one could then load or unload or do whatever it came to do.
Is there an alternative plan in the event that the neighbor is successful in blocking your use of the easement for these purposes?
I don't know why there would be a need for an alternative. There is an easement. Are you telling me that there's a plan to block the easement?
I'm telling you that the easement is for a horse and buggy, and you are alleging to use a garbage truck. So is there an alternative plan in the event that the easement owner, along with yourselves, are not able to agree to use that for vehicular traffic, particularly the garbage trucks and the Amazon trucks, et cetera?
I am not aware of an alternative plan.
Okay. Does this plan still work if you are not able to use the easement portion of Kitchell Place?
Yes, we would be able to make it work. We would be able to, have whatever vehicle comes in here to make a turnaround and then go back out the alley to Kitchell Place. It's not ideal. It is not what was discussed or recommended by the Department of Engineering, but it is something that can be done.
In the event that you would need to use the alley portion of Kitchell Place for two-way traffic, what are you proposing for a safety mechanism in the event you have a garbage truck, an Amazon truck, or any permitted vehicle in the space, and another vehicle begins to traverse down Kitchell Place to enter into the property?
Madam Chair, again, hypothetical.
I know it's not
Reclaim this
hypothetical. I
grading.
asked a specific question. What is the plan in the event you have to use it as a two-way street?
I think that he said that they would wait and then, but it's.
No, he did not. He thought that the easement would be available. But now the alternative scenario was that the vehicle would turn around and go back out the alley of Kitchell Place. With that testimony, I am asking him, how would that work if there is another vehicle heading towards the building from the alley on Kitchell Place?
So
And Ms. Carrillo, is this, you're objecting to this question?
I think the problem I'm having is that there are hypotheticals about traffic situations that can and cannot occur that simply are out of reason for Mr. Scott with hypothetical truck sizes and scenarios to present. And candidly, I don't know the relevancy of it. So we're entitled to a quick application, and I think the ambition here is to drag this out with questions that are not relevant.
This is not a quick application. They're not entitled to a quick application.
No,
They're entitled to be able to present an application. They are able to present their application.
Correct.
Their application is before the board, and we have a right to object. As neighbors, we have safety concerns.
Correct.
And we are placing these safety concerns on the record. The engineer who allegedly designed this stated that an alternative would be for the alley to be utilized as a two-way street. And I am asking him, how could that happen? How can an 11-foot wide street have two vehicles operating in it at the same exact time? That is very relevant to this application and what is before this board.
I understand.
And I have every right to ask it.
I didn't say you don't have a right to ask. Madam Chair, I will allow him to answer, but I feel this has been asked in every possible fashion.
It hasn't been asked in every possible fashion. No, it hasn't been. You're really just trying to interrupt right now.
No, I'm not.
My level of questioning. I'm just asking very specific questions about a two-way
Let
street.
me interject. If we can get an answer to this question, I would like for you to go on, Mr. Souter, to the next professional, right?
Well, I still have questions for him.
Mr. Scott, can you answer the question
yes,
about?
I can answer his question. So to answer your question, we do not have a plan if someone else is coming in at the same time. But you know, the way that it currently works right now is that you know, people come in this way and they exit out that way. There's people that are using this as their own personal parking, and they do not exit out onto the Kitchell Place easement. So, so yes, we're not saying that it's going to operate as a two-way. It would operate as a one-way, or a one-way with alternatives where when one person is coming in, the other person would have to wait, and then the other person would then have to exit. In terms of how you know, have we planned for that? No, we did not anticipate that. We anticipate that we would have access through the easement onto East Park Street. That's the way that this project was designed.
Okay. Can you tell me how emergency services vehicles would traverse this area? Can you tell me the average size of an ambulance truck?
I do not know the average size of the ambulance truck. That would be something that I would have to get back to you on. But I could tell you is that it is smaller than the truck that we did the turning radius plan on.
But you don't know the size of the trucks that would be coming into the space. Is that correct?
You're saying that you asked specifically for an ambulance. I don't know the size of an ambulance.
So you don't know the size of the ambulance, and you don't know the size of the garbage trucks, which are the two vehicles that you are planning the space for?
As well as the SQ30 truck that we modeled.
Okay. But you don't know if, just so that I'm clear, you don't know if an ambulance
so
fits within that.
we modeled the SU30 truck because we believe that it is larger than the other vehicles that would be coming to this site. So if this truck can come into the site, then the other trucks or other vehicles should have the same, if not an easier time, accessing the site.
Right. So just so that the testimony is clear and we're all clear, you don't know the actual sizes of these vehicles that you believe to be smaller.
Correct.
Okay. Have you modeled this for a fire truck?
I have not modeled this for a fire truck because a fire truck is unlikely going to be coming onto the site in the event that they're fighting a fire. Typically, when a fire is being fought, it is going to be being fought from a distance. A fire truck would almost never come this close to this building if they were fighting a fire within the building.
Okay, I would be very grateful if you could go back to that aerial photo and give us all an idea of from where that fire truck would be able to come and fight a fire in the event that there is a fire towards the rear of the building.
Okay, so if there's a fire towards the rear of the building, the rear of the building would come out to this area and be in this area here. Fire truck would then probably, the closest it would get would probably be to come up here to Kitchell Place and probably stop. They would never want to bring their apparatus close to a building that's on fire.
So that would be the only place they would be able to have access to fight that fire is...
Not necessarily. They could possibly
Okay.
access the Kitchell Place easement, which is here.
Are there any obstructions on Kitchell Place or on East Park that an emergency vehicle may need to navigate?
You say on East Park itself?
Well, as you enter into the private property that you believe will be available to you, are there any obstructions there?
I don't know that there are any obstructions, if that fence is no longer there. As shown here on this aerial, on this street view, that fence is there.
Okay.
The only other obstruction would be this gate here.
Have you measured that opening?
I have not.
Do you know if it is wide enough for these emergency vehicles?
It looks like it's as wide or maybe even wider than the access that we have at the rear of our property.
And we see that there are other vehicles parked in this area. Is it your testimony that the vehicle that we're seeing in this photo would be parked illegally?
The vehicle
The white box truck?
This here.
Yes.
I don't know if that's parked illegally. I don't know that.
To be clear for the record, the easement on Kitchell Place that we were referring to is this particular driveway that we're looking at now?
Yes. I don't know the specifics. I don't know if the specifics, if it's the whole property or if it's just the driveway that's along here. I don't know the specifics on that.
Do you know the width of the easement?
I do not know that right now.
Okay. Were you provided with the survey that had the easement on it?
Yes. I don't recall if it had the easement shown on the survey.
Okay. So, for all intents and purposes, are you simply guessing right now that this easement would work for the purposes upon which you are testifying to?
I wouldn't say that I'm guessing. I'm testifying based upon a meeting that we had with the Department of Engineering and the city surveyor.
And being that it was an easement, that conversation, do you know if it just assumed that the property owner would be agreeable to the use?
I've had no discussion with the property owner. I don't know whether the property owner would be agreeable or not. We were not relying on the property owner his being agreeable in that sense. We were relying on the fact that there is an easement in place that provides access.
Okay. Can you walk us through, if you know, what fire safety mechanisms are put in place for a building of this magnitude here in the city of Newark, and whether or not you know if the city of Newark is capable of dealing with being able to deal with a fire in a building like this with this current apparatuses and setup?
I cannot testify to that. When it comes to fire safety within the building, or should I say the design of the fire safety in the building, I would defer to the architect.
Okay. Second here.
Mr. Satter, was that your last question for the?
I'm just reviewing my notes. If you would give
Okay.
me 1 second, please. And just to be clear, it's your testimony that you were unaware of any parking for this particular project.
Are you asking about a
Yes.
previous submission?
Just in general.
Our project is not proposing any parking on site.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Those will be all my questions for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Now, are your next questions for Mr. Seckler or?
Yes, my next questions are for Mr. Seckler.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Seckler. How are you?
Good.
It's good to see you again. You just testified in reference to the parking variance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Just so that I am clear on this, you are aware that a parking variance is needed here, correct?
Correct.
How many spaces of a variance is needed here?
157, I believe.
157. I think we can all agree that there's some really smart people who put together our city's master plan and then the redevelopment plans that govern this area.
I mean, I would say yes. I don't know every individual, but I'm going to assume they are.
Okay. So there was an overlay to the plan that exists here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that overlay specifically called for parking on this particular property?
This particular property and the other properties that are within that zone, yes.
And when the city redid its master plan, if it wanted this to be parking free, they could have simply made that carve out. Is that correct?
I guess they could have made any revisions to the redevelopment plan at any time. Correct.
Because they'd actually done that to certain areas of the city. Is that correct?
I believe they have updated master plans over time. I don't know which ones got updated since the 2023 most recent version of the ordinance.
But specifically when it comes to parking, you are aware, as you've testified many times before, that they have changed the parking requirements in many places throughout the city.
That is correct.
And they did that with the master plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the various ordinances that were approved after the master plan, some required more parking, some required less parking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it's pretty safe to say that it was intentional to require parking for this particular area?
I don't want to say intentional or not intentional, but obviously the standards that we have here are the standards that have been in place, since the most recent revision. But I don't know.
I'm sorry.
No, you go.
How many parking spaces are you seeking a variance for?
I believe it is 157.
157. Are you aware of any project in our city granting application of variance for 157 parking spaces?
I don't, but I also don't know how many applications are within 800 feet of 2 light rail stops and 10 bus lines.
Okay. Are you familiar with the NJ Pack project that is currently being built?
I am aware of it, but I haven't reviewed reports and studies associated with it. But I do know of its existence.
what about the building currently being built on McCarter Highway? Are you familiar with that project?
Again, driven by it, don't know, I don't have reports of it though.
Are you familiar with the fact that those projects all do have parking?
Yes, I do know there's parking. I don't know how much or if they're compliant or not compliant.
So you are also then aware that of all of these new projects, that your project would be the sole project without parking.
Out of the 3 projects you mentioned, yes, we'd be the sole project without parking.
Did you do a parking study for this particular project?
Well, we did a parking assessment report. So what do you mean by parking study? Just so I.
Okay, you did a parking assessment report. So typically there's a road count, a trip generator count and things of that nature. And we tend to refer to those as parking studies, correct?
We didn't, we did not do counts on the street, which are typically used to justify variances, just because the, amount of parking that's within 300 feet would not come close to being able to satisfy the 157 parking space variance. So by no means are we looking to justify our variance with on-street parking, which we often do with other applications.
So are you not seeking to justify your variance whatsoever?
No, we are. We believe that, in showing all of the, private parking lots within the area that residents of this building could park in is some justification. The location of mass transit in the area, the census data for residents that are already living in this area and their, car ownership levels and commuting characteristics, I believe are all support for a parking variance. Obviously, our planner provided additional variance testimony.
Understood. Can we pull up your parking
map?
I forget what you called it. What you refer to it as?
The exhibit or map?
The exhibit, yes, please. Can you put your exhibit up with the parking?
Sure. I think this is A3 for the record. Let me get it up. Is this the one you're referring to?
Yes, this is the exhibit where you note the 24/7 parking.
Correct.
Okay, and who exactly do you believe your tenants would be able to get parking from?
Well, we're just indicating the location of off-street parking space or off-street lots that either have daily or event parking, which would again be for visitors. That's in the orange color, and then we just identified there are garages, listed here as 1, 2, 4, and 6 have 24-hour parking or garage parking with monthly parking possible. Again, I didn't check every single one of them.
Go down, so you didn't actually speak to the operators of these parking garages that you believe to be available to your residents?
We spoke to number 7, which is the military park, about visitor parking, be able to utilize it. And I believe we did speak to at least one of the 24-hour garages. I think it was this one on Raymond Boulevard, number 1.
Are you aware that, I believe it's number 7 is the military parking garage? Are you aware that that is not 24-hour parking?
Correct. That's why it's outlined in orange as a daily or event parking lot garage. This would be only, visitors would be really the only people that would be able to park in there. The blue ones are the 24-hour garages.
Okay. So let's dial down on that a little bit more, please. So visitors who stayed the night, would they be utilizing that parking lot number 7?
They couldn't use 7. They have to use one of the other lots or commute or come to visit by not a car.
So would it be fair to say the usage of parking lot number 7 is significantly limited?
Yes, it would be limited to just guests and daytime guests.
Daytime guests, do you know the hours of operation for that lot?
I don't know all the hours, but I do know they're not 24-hour service.
Okay. Do you know if they're open after 8 p.m. at night?
I think only if there's an event going on, but not every night.
Do you know how residents would be able to inform their visitors of whether the parking garage would or would not be open?
I guess they would have to check the website, but I don't know they have any other special ways to know.
Let's go to parking lot number 2 on your map. Do you know who owns that parking lot?
Hold on, let me see if I have that in my notes. So parking garage number 2 is at 45 Kitchell. I don't have a contact for, it's company TRYP is all I have in my notes for that one, but I don't have a contact for that one.
Did you go down and review this lot?
I just noted that it had a parking rate of $175 a month was, I guess, the parking rate. Maybe it was listed on a sign, I believe.
Do you know if this particular site is actually a 24/7 site?
I believe it is, yes.
You believe it is, or do you know it is?
I believe it is, but.
What evidence do you have that it is a 24/7 site?
I believe that one of my coworkers, I believe, has visited the site, but I don't know for certain because I don't have a contact email address or phone number for that one particular site. All the other ones, I do have a phone number associated with them that we had called in order to confirm.
So if you couldn't get in touch with them, how would the resident get in touch with them?
I imagine they would, again, drive over and, attempt to contact the manager, just like we did at number 1, which, was an Edison Park Fast, that offers parking between $225 and $300 a month. That's what we did for.
But you have no actual proof that this is a 24/7 parking lot.
Mr. Souter.
I just wanted the record to be clear.
I believe that we know that there is a monthly parking rate associated with that lot. And so we assume that if it was a monthly rate, that it would be available for parking for 24/7.
Okay.
I think there's another question that you could ask Mr. Souter that would apply to all of them, right? A quick question, but I'm not going to give it to you.
I actually want to go through these individually. Lot number 3, is that a 24/7 lot? Are you aware of it?
42 Mulberry, I believe it is, yes.
Are you aware that that is the lot typically used by Seton Hall Law School?
I believe, I know that it's near Seton Hall Law School. I don't know if it's primarily used by them.
But you don't know if it's 24/7 or not?
I believe it is, but again, I know that I have a monthly rate associated with that one, but I do not have availability within the garage noted.
Okay. How about your lot number 1? Is that a 24/7 lot?
Yes, I believe it is. And that is an Edison Park Fast lot.
It is. I'm very familiar with it, actually. What evidence do you have that is open 24/7?
I believe we spoke with an individual at that lot based on their general phone number.
Interesting. Do you have the name of that gentleman?
I don't have it handy.
I don't know the relevancy of the name of that individual.
Because there is testimony, Ms. Carrillo Perez, that this is a 24-hour lot, which I think you and I both know.
Yeah,
that it is not.
And he's indicated and he's answered the question with respect to his knowledge base of whether he knows the name of the individual.
I'm just trying to get a basis for his belief that these are 24/7 lots, because the average person in Newark, New Jersey, who works here or lives here knows that those parking lots close at a certain time. So, Mr. Seckler, is it fair to say that you have not confirmed that any of these lots are actually open 24/7?
I believe the ones that are listed in blue have monthly rates, and I believe that when we prepared this, we believe that they were available 24/7.
Madam Chair, I'm trying my best not to ask the same question over and over again.
And I'm not going to ask the question for you. I don't want to overstep my bounds.
Right. So you have no evidence that these are actually 24/7 lots?
Again, when we prepared these, we believe that they were all 24/7 lots.
It's a yes or no question. Do you have evidence that it is a 24/7 lot?
No.
Thank you. Let's go to the front of the building, please. I believe you have an exhibit that shows the front of the building.
Like the street?
Yes, the street view.
I just have these two exhibits. Maybe the architect had something that showed the front of the building.
Well, let me ask you some questions about the front of the building. This is a proposed mixed-use building, is that correct?
That is correct.
What is the additional use that is proposed here?
I believe it was proposed to be a small restaurant.
Small restaurant. Do you know what the occupancy or usage of that restaurant would be?
No.
Do you know what the square footage of that restaurant would be?
I believe it was, I think it was under 5,000 square feet.
Does around 4,700 square feet sound about right?
That sounds like under 5,000, so yes.
Okay, but pretty close to 5,000, huh?
Yes, but under.
Right, under. Right. So is 4,999. That being said,
Unnecessary.
that's okay. That's okay. I can do this how I want to do it, and I plan to, Jennifer. I absolutely plan to. So, Mr. Seckler, do you have a loading area for this particular restaurant?
Again, you heard from the last witness in terms of any type of, garbage pickup and that type of loading. In terms of customer loading, if that's what your question or concern is,
I'm trying to figure out if you created a loading zone for this particular property, being that you're testifying in reference to traffic.
We do not have any loading zone along Wayne Shorter Way for this application.
Have you prepared a study on what traffic issues would be caused by vehicles that would be stopping for this particular property?
I have not prepared a traffic study looking at temporary delivery of anything to a small restaurant at 4,200 square feet along Wayne Shorter Way. If anything may come in smaller vehicles, there is a 15-minute parking space just down the block on Wayne Shorter Way that could be utilized for, again, short-term drop-off pickup of items or individuals.
Do you have any study of traffic impact caused by this building?
And traffic impacts, no. The traffic level of a development like this, especially one without parking, would result in de minimis changes in traffic flow.
So you don't believe that there would be many Uber Eats orders to a building like this?
Well, they could be Uber Eats. They could be utilizing, again, the 15-minute parking space that's on the street already, or they could be arriving by bike or any other means of transportation. So I don't believe that.
Where is that 15-minute loading area located on this block?
It's located just south of 60. So a couple doors down from this site.
Do you know if there are other businesses that would be utilizing that loading zone?
I imagine it's signed 15-minute parking 24 hours a day, so I believe anyone could utilize it for 15 minutes at a time.
My question was, are you aware of any other businesses that would need to use that space?
Well, again, businesses or individuals can utilize that space. I imagine it's for every business along the street and every property on the street.
Okay. So you don't think that this particular building would require the need for additional loading zones?
Not at this time. Obviously, if mayor and council believes that another loading zone on this street is warranted or with engineering, I'm sure the applicant would be willing to apply for one. But at this time, they'll utilize the existing 15-minute parking space.
Did you do a pedestrian assessment?
No.
So with the 242 units, you don't know how those people would be getting into and out of the building and their effect on traffic on that particular block?
No, again, they would utilize the sidewalks that are around the site to get to whatever their destinations are, whether it's the light rail, bus stops, train stations, or other businesses.
But right now, there is, for all intents and purposes, a vacant building sitting where your property is. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is a one-story vacant building, is that correct?
That is correct.
Historically, when that sidewalk that you're talking of was created, was that building a one-story building?
Well, that sidewalk has been able to support many other taller buildings along the area as
I'm
well.
just asking about your building, sir.
The sidewalk is the same size. We have a one-story building, and the sidewalk is what it is in front of our site.
And you are now proposing how many stories where your one-story building is?
I believe it was 27 stories
And
above the site.
how many units on this site?
It is proposed to have 242 units.
So how many people at full capacity you believe would be in this building?
I think that might be an architecture question, but it could be in the range of 400. Assuming there are some 2 bedrooms with 2 people, 1 bedroom with 1, some with 2. Something.
So
of that
is
nature.
it your testimony that these new people would not provide any change to the amount of traffic on the sidewalks?
I don't believe that there's any concern for over congestion of the sidewalk. Again, this sidewalk width is the same sidewalk width in front of all the other buildings on this block that seem to have buildings of heights of similar sizes. They don't bump out in front of each individual lot based on the length, the height of the building.
Interesting. Some of these buildings actually do have entrances that are varying locations. Are you aware of that?
Some are inset is if that's what you're asking. But
Right.
the sidewalks
And
are generally the through sidewalk.
Would that help alleviate traffic congestion?
Again, I don't think there'll be a issue or concern. So I don't believe there's anything that needs to be alleviated.
Okay. So it is your testimony that by adding a building this tall with 400 and some odd people at a given time and an active restaurant on the first floor, that would not add any congestion to our downtown area?
And again, I think what you're saying is congestion is really the people on the street that the redevelopment plan seeks to accomplish.
Well, I think there's regular people who live downtown Newark and people who live around this city who would beg to differ at times.
I think that's testimony.
Right.
It's okay.
Is that the last line of questioning for Mr.?
No, my last questioning is also going to go to the emergency vehicles. Given your studies or lack thereof, can you please let us know where you see these emergency vehicles being able to stage, given the traffic and parking constraints that exist around this property?
Well, again, I think that emergency vehicles that would pick up would likely utilize. There's a number of hatched out loading zones or no parking zones that typically are utilized by emergency vehicles if they need to access sites in the case of emergency. I don't think it's any different than any of the other buildings along this street or in this area. I typically don't see ambulances driving under buildings or into parking garages. So I think the lack of parking that we have on site doesn't necessarily make this site any different from an access management standpoint from emergency vehicles. Again, they would likely pull up in emergency, utilize a parking lane, utilize a live lane, whatever they need to do to get into the building. Walk into the building, not the car into the building.
And you don't see any constraints that exist that would, with this building being built on the block, making it more difficult for those emergency buildings, those emergency vehicles, I'm sorry.
No, I don't see an issue.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Seckler.
I would like to call Mr. Kelly if he's available.
We had completed, Madam Chair,
Right,
Mr. Kelly.
his testimony, so it's only of the three that testified tonight. I believe.
Correct, and
Yeah,
Mr. Souter was given the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Kelly at the last meeting in March.
No, I was given an opportunity and then stopped. And I specifically noted that I wanted to continue on, and I was told that there was a time limit on that evening and that we would then come back. And we're back. He is available. I am an objector asking that I be able to object and ask some questions on direct.
Is he available? Where? Oh, here he is.
Mr. Kelly, the last time you and I spoke, we talked about a chimney on the neighboring property. Were you able to go out and assess that?
So I did review it. I did see the structure you're referring to. I was not able to ascertain the nature of it, meaning what it's venting, but I did see it. I noticed that there's a chimney, which essentially is an illegal chimney on the property line of the neighboring building. If it is venting combustion air of any type, it needs to be 10 feet off the property line. If it's ventilating environmental air, it needs to be 3 feet off the property line. So either of those cases, we could apply through the building department to have that moved, or if it turned out that it could not be moved, we can design around it, meaning we could ensure that on our property, we had no operable windows or intakes, mechanical intakes, within 10 feet of the termination of that chimney.
Would that alternative plan change the design of your building?
No.
So all of your windows...
The vent terminates at the 5th floor level of our building. There are 2 units in our building plan which are close to that location. They're both 1-bedroom units. Both of them, their living spaces would be distant from that location. And so the bedrooms can be mechanically ventilated, mechanically without operable windows, per day mechanical code.
So you would have, in that instance, you would have 2 units that did not have operable windows.
No, the units would have operable windows, but the rooms are within 10 feet of that location would not have them. They're not required to have them. But the first plan would obviously be to, through the building department, make an application to have that situation fixed on the neighboring property side, as it should be.
Okay. So that's something that you would need to figure out if you were granted.
Yes, yeah, and I'm confident that we could.
Okay. Just so that the record is clear, you were the one who testified before the Historic Commission, is that correct?
Yes, and not to preemptively answer your question, but it is not a different application. It's the same application. There has been, post getting the approval from the Landmarks and Historic, there was a decision made to remove the parking, and which was completely internal to the building. But the overall scale and bulk and size and aesthetic and everything of the project is as it was. It was the same application moving forward to the same natural step in the process. I believe in your letter you refer, and I am not an attorney, I don't want to speak to the legal aspect, but I believe that there were, the distinction of what is a substantial change relates to a site plan application and not to presenting a project to Historic and Landmarks, which are there to review the exterior of the building, which they did.
So when you presented this application to the Historic Commission, you presented a building that had 55 parking spaces, correct?
Yes.
The application tonight does not have any parking spaces, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When you presented to the Historic Commission, how many units did the building have?
235.
Tonight, how many units are you presenting before this board?
242.
Would a density change be a substantial change to an application?
Not one that would require or prevent you from proceeding from Historic to zoning or planning.
I'm asking you to answer the question if it is a substantial change.
It's a change in density.
Would that change in density equate to a substantial change to the application?
By what definition? By what criteria?
By general planning parlance?
No, I don't think so. The building is practically identical. It's the same size, same number of floors, it's the same everything.
But you changed the actual density inside of the building, correct?
Correct, yes, it's increased by 7 units.
Okay, so there'd be more people, more usage of hallways, more folks needing to use an elevator, more folks needing to use a stairwell, more folks needing to get out, and things of that nature?
There would potentially, if full occupancy, be more people, but that does not necessarily mean there would be more folks using the elevator or the requirement for bigger elevators or bigger stairs or any of those things. Those things are all designed into the building already.
Okay. So you designed the back area, is that correct? The area that we were talking about, the circulation in the vehicles?
Yes, through consultation with the other consultants, but yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what size vehicle, what size garbage truck would actually be going back there?
I do not know. I would not testify to that. I have seen it. I have seen trucks maneuvering back there, but I don't know the size, and I wouldn't want to testify it. I wouldn't want to.
Well, this would be to the building that you're proposing, right? Like,
yes.
I'm wondering if you've taken the time to see what vehicles would work in that circulation area.
I don't want to give you a flippant answer, but it's that portion of the review is engineering scope. I did not do the turning radius design.
Okay.
But they were handled, as you know, by our civil engineering team.
Okay. When you designed this building, did you know that there was an easement that would need to be used?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any consultation with the neighboring property owner of whether they would contest the use of that easement for the purposes being suggested?
No, I had no reason to believe that there would be any reason why the easement wouldn't be available to us.
Okay. If the easement is not available to you, do you have an alternative plan for how that back area will be utilized?
No, and I don't particularly want to rehash everything that Mr. Scott testified to. The plan, as it's proposed, includes vehicles exiting onto East Park Street via that easement. It could be redesigned so that vehicles could turn around, but then I'm sure you would have questions about possibly vehicles going two-way on Kitchell Place, which are understandable. But we haven't prepared a design with that in mind, so I don't really want to discuss hypotheticals.
Okay. So then the plan wouldn't work.
The current plan would need to be reviewed before I could confirm that it works.
Can two vehicles simultaneously go down Kitchell Place in opposite directions?
No, you know that they can't. The width is not sufficient.
Okay, I'm glad you at least plainly stated that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The restaurant space that has been proposed, was there any loading area that was proposed in your design?
The loading area when designed was anticipated to be at the rear. For small loading at pre-scheduled times, just deliveries. The restaurant is 4,700 square feet, but realistically, it's yet to be, the interior design has to be worked out. So probably only about 2/3 of that would be customer area. So it's not a very big restaurant. The main purpose of it is more to bring vibrancy to the street under the ambition of the redevelopment plan. It's not anticipated to be a very big commercial venture. It's a neighborhood restaurant space. So the plan was that loading would be received from the rear, and I guess saving the possibility of scheduled loading or deliveries from the street from Park Place.
Okay, do you anticipate that people would want to be dropped off at this restaurant?
Possibly, as they would any downtown restaurant.
How about picked up from this restaurant?
Sure.
Can they do that without impeding traffic currently?
Well, I think Mr. Seckler talked about this. There is 15-minute parking nearby. At any downtown location in a restaurant in an area like this that doesn't have a parking requirement, incidentally, people are going to call Ubers and they're going to get dropped off by Ubers on the street outside the restaurant. Ubers stop for seconds to let people out. But again, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I don't want to misspeak.
Understood. But you designed the totality of this project, correct?
Correct.
Before designing this project, did you potentially, before it was a residential project, did you design it to be anything else?
No.
You were familiar with an application or a proposal for this to be a hotel?
I'm aware that one was proposed prior to me becoming involved.
And still no ability to plan for folks loading or unloading at this particular property?
I was not provided with the previous plans. I could not find them online. I looked at this project from first principles, reviewing the nature of the site context, the limitations, and the availability of access. I did not base it on a previous design.
Did you visit the site beforehand, before designing the property?
Yes, many times.
So were you not aware that this potentially created congestion issues given the makeup of this particular block?
Do you mean congestions at the rear of the property?
Just in general, just the block itself. If you're familiar with the block and the lack of parking, the density, the congestion that generally occurs there at least twice a day for folks who are familiar with this area.
Well, okay, so now that I understand, repeat your question if you don't mind, because I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're asking. Did I consider it?
Did you consider that this entire area, both sides of the street, are typically double parked at least twice a day in its current format?
I considered it. I've been there many times, so I'm aware that there is congestion at times, but I'm also very aware that any project proposed in a downtown area has the capability of, increasing the volume within that area. But many people will tell you that by not providing parking on a project like this, you're actually lessening the congestion on the street, because typically people, knowing that there's no parking in the building, won't have a car. And in fact, that's why the master plan and many other redevelopment plans don't require parking in these areas. So, we're constantly being told not to provide parking, and that will lessen congestion overall. So, am I aware of it? I'm aware of it, but I don't necessarily think that not providing parking increases congestion on the street.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit confused in reference to your testimony that you just gave.
Me, please, yeah.
Yeah, because it sounds like there's confusion over whether or not the redevelopment plan in play here requires parking or not.
No, there's no confusion. We've gone over this many times. We know that by the letter of the redevelopment plan, it says there's a 0.5 parking requirement for the units, and we have 150 parking space requirement. Obviously, we're not providing that. We understand that we are requesting a parking variance. The point is that there's a general trend in the city, particularly in the downtown, to eliminate parking requirements because of what I just described, because oftentimes providing parking in itself creates more traffic. But I'm not arguing that there's a traffic variance requested. Of course we are.
Okay, can you enlighten me on where the parking requirements have been taken away? Can you point to a particular project in the downtown area, since you just testified that that's where the city is going in another project? So can you let me know where that's happened?
Well, no, not specifically, but I will tell you that even in the living downtown redevelopment plan itself, that it does point to the objective of the plan to lessen parking requirements. Also, I believe the master plan eliminates parking for projects within either 1,200 or 1,500 square feet of light rail stations. There are other redevelopment plans nearby. I believe it's the riverfront redevelopment plan, which doesn't require parking within 1,200 feet of the public transport. And there is another redevelopment plan, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I designed a building in it recently, which had the same requirements. So to the best of my knowledge, though maybe I can't cite chapter and verse, there is a general thinking and movement within the city to lessen parking requirements on this type of project.
Right. So just so that I'm clear and we all are on the same page, are you aware that the former parking requirement used to be a 1-to-1 parking requirement? So a 0.5 parking requirement would be a lessened parking requirement?
I wasn't previously aware of it, but yes, it's still, I think, I don't think that we're saying different things, but yes.
No, I think we're saying very different things, right? Where I'm saying that the plan requires parking and that it is necessary parking. You're saying that simply because they lessened the parking requirement, that no parking is required. I think we're saying two very different things.
No, I'm not saying
I just
that
want
no
to be
parking is
clear
required.
on that.
I'm not saying no parking is required. I've acknowledged that there's a parking requirement. We're asking for the variance.
And you would agree that a parking variance of 150 plus spaces would be a significant request?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for him.
Thank you, Mr. Souter.
Thank you. I would like to call Mr. McDonough.
Good evening, Mr. McDonough.
How you doing, Madam Chairman? Everyone.
How's it going, John?
Yeah.
I do have a few questions for you, John. Just going over, we always, take your advice when it comes to a lot of things here. But I do need to address the negative criteria associated with this project. Is it? Yeah, let me phrase it this way. You would agree that each variance that is requested here, the applicant must prove that there's no substantial detriment to the public good and no substantial impairment to the zoning plan?
Yes.
And you would agree that for this particular project that you, nor anyone who has testified has actually done a traffic impact study for this project? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if there was no traffic impact study done, how can someone testify to there not being a negative impact with this particular project here?
Mr. McDonough, your audio is not clear.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's a little better.
Okay, so as a professional planner, we rely, is that file coming in okay?
It's
Glitchy?
but we can hear you.
Okay. We're relying on the predicate of testimony from the witnesses that have gone before us. You have sworn testimony by experts under oath, including Mr. Sackler, that we're in the downtown. Parking is not needed here. Parking would be the generator of traffic. And in that regard, we are not looking at a substantially negative traffic impact that would warrant a study.
So how do you justify a lack of a study here when such a significant variance is being requested?
Context. Again, we look at what is around us and again, the reasons that Mr. Seckler gave. This is a transit-rich area. It's a walkable, it's a downtown. There are so many forces at play that would encourage a development that has less reliance on the automobile at this particular location.
Would it be typical for a project of this size to do a traffic study to alleviate this concern for the general public and the commission?
I think it first starts with a look at the parking demand. The conclusion is that this will not have a parking demand here, given the nature of the use and the context. Therefore, no parking equals to no traffic.
Okay. Is it also correct that there was no independent fire apparatus access analysis done?
Again, I rely on the testimony of Mr. Scott, a licensed professional engineer, that the site will function safely and efficiently in accordance with sound engineering standards, notwithstanding the factual aspect that no, there was not a turning template for a fire apparatus put forth here.
Okay. And did you, or to your knowledge, anyone on your team contact the Newark Fire Division to confirm access feasibility?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you do an analysis of the cumulative impact of the various variances you are requesting here?
There's only 30 variances, and 2 of them are related to existing conditions in the platting of the land. The only real variance is related to the parking and the lack thereof.
What about the cumulative effect of the lack thereof parking and the 11.4 foot two-way? I mean, because the plan shows Kitchell Place as a two-way driveway where 24 foot is required.
Again, I'm going to rely on the predicate of a licensed engineer sworn under testimony that this will function safely and efficiently given the demand, but given the utilization of that space.
Wouldn't a building like this typically have a safe space specifically for fire apparatuses?
I don't know if that's true or not. I tend to agree with what Mr. Scott said. No one is going to drive a very expensive and costly fire truck right to the base of a burning building. But that's more from a practical standpoint.
Okay, what about the effect of building this building next to WBGO? The demolition and the actual build of the building next to a historic radio station here in the city.
That will come down to construction, compliance with construction standards. We're here in the city, and if any city knows how to build buildings next to buildings, certainly one.
Okay. Do you know if any demolition or building analysis was done in reference to the neighboring properties?
I don't know.
Okay. So by and large, what I'm hearing is that most of your testimony is dependent upon the testimony of other professionals that testified before you tonight and no independent study?
Certainly, planning is reliant upon the foundation of the testimony of the witnesses that have gone before me, particularly with respect to the negative criteria. Planning is about balance, and we look at the overall positives, which I gave the board at the outset. We weigh them against the potentially negative impacts, and I think the board can have a certain level of comfort here that this has been well vetted from a design and engineering standpoint, and that the benefits would outweigh any detriments from those concerns.
Okay. It's a question from a substantive standpoint. From a planner's perspective, and using your professional opinion, would the change in density and going from 55 parking spaces to 0 parking spaces be considered a substantial change in development parlance?
A historic commission standpoint or from a
Just in general development parlance.
From a planning standpoint, we don't look at pure analytics. We always have to consider context. It's a qualitative analysis, and to say a change from 0 to 55 was substantial. It comes down to consideration of the application as a whole. And this application has been vetted since there was 55. And the conclusion was that those 55 spaces were excessive and unnecessary here.
And that was the assessment on behalf of the development team, not the city. Is that correct? So I just want to be clear.
Yes, correct.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions. Madam Witcher, I do have 2 of my own experts to testify.
So, who are those professionals?
Mr. Itindola.
What
He
what
is
area
he
are
is
they
a
trying to
traffic engineer, as well as Michael Choban, who is an architect.
Mr. Plata, is this a street that we can go down or no?
Generally, objectors are permitted to put on experts.
All right, let's go.
Can your professionals
like to-
raise their hands?
You see them?
I just promoted Michael. I'm waiting for the other.
Okay.
But I can get started with him, Madam Chair.
Okay. He needs to be sworn.
Yes.
Mr. Colbine?
Michael Seoben.
Seoben, okay,
Yes.
sorry. Can you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, state your affiliation for the record.
Okay, Michael Seoben, Cioban. I'm a registered licensed architect with the firm of Mike Sell and Associates. And I've been before the board numerous times in Newark and also New Jersey.
Mr. Sauter, if you want to qualify your witness.
Thank you. Mike, your license is active and in good standings here in New Jersey. Is that correct?
It is active and current, yes.
All right,
Can
sir,
you
you're
just-
accepted by the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, can you tell us what you reviewed for tonight's hearing?
Well, one of the concerns I really had to do with the lot width on this property. I mean, we are, the requirement here is a 100-foot lot width, and we are at 42. I mean, for the board to approve a request for 42 for the size of this development and property, I mean, that's a pretty big ask for this site. The other concerns I have too is that really we are building this proposal is actually constructing on the full footprint of the property up to the second floor or the top of the second floor. When the building goes up above the third floor, we are just setbacking the building on 3 sides, the side yard and the rear yard by 3 feet, 3 foot 1 inch. And I am kind of concerned about the fire rating for that wall. And I don't know if the architect could kind of speak to that.
Well, he spoke to it and said that, and I'm summarizing, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm giving a quote. But he basically stated that they could design around that particular issue. Could you address any concerns, design concerns, that you would still have with any design fixes that could be made there?
Well, the concern, I guess, is it technically feasible? I guess it is, but it's kind of a reason why we do have a requirement for, 100-foot lot width. And it makes sure that the actual facade of the building is set back in a proper distance from the property lines without going through fire rating gymnastics here in terms of protected openings on the exterior of the building and the type of fire rated glass that would be required for this to make this happen. So that it seems to me, from my experience and seeing a lot of buildings built and a lot of buildings that are going up currently in Newark, that this is quite unusual for a new building. For particularly for this size building and the height of this building. And the other concern I have is really just the service aspect or servicing this building from the rear. Testimony I've listened to this evening with the various delivery trucks, garbage trucks, and such. It's not clear to me just how some of these vehicles are going to turn in a space that's probably, I don't know, it appears to be about 50 feet wide or so. And I don't see how effectively, maybe you can jiggle the truck back and forth maybe 7 or 8 times to make the turn, but I just don't see it happening. It wasn't clear to me how they would load a garbage truck with the garbage coming out of the compactor room, how that truck would back up to the compactor room, get loaded and exit. I'm also concerned too about the egress from the building. Buildings require 2 means of egress. There are 2 stairwells in the building. And so basically half the occupant load of the building is going to have to egress in an emergency through that rear space. And it's not clear to me how safely that can be achieved. So those are my concerns really on this development.
Did you take the time to see what the average size of a garbage truck would be and whether or not that would actually work in this scenario?
Well, I know there was testimony that there were smaller garbage trucks available. Again, I don't have dimensions for it. I can't really testify or give you any more information about the size of them, but just viewing the plan that we were shown, the plans that were zoomed in on, it seems as though some of the the lines, the wheel lines or whatever, the turning radiuses were going into sides of buildings, going into bollards. And the bollards are around, the bollards back there. I mean, that's a pretty, we have, 2 pad mounted transformers in that space. And, God forbid something happens, we have an accident back there. I mean, that's a pretty serious location for a vehicle to, that's why we have the bollards there, but it's a serious spot, and I think it's a weak spot in the design from a technical standpoint.
let's go a little bit more into the safety for the building occupants who are exiting the rear of the building, what those concerns are, particularly given the vehicular movements, the trash compactor, and the proposed pad-mounted transformers that would be in that area?
Well, the thing is, I really don't know. I don't know how people are exiting the building. I don't know if they're going down Kitchell Place or the alley. I don't know if there's a door from the building, an overhead door to the alley space with the easement. It appears that it's the access from Kitchell Place is in just a building opening, but I don't know. I don't know how this is achieved.
Okay. Uh, let's think, the two pad-mounted electrical transformers, is that something that we would know ahead of time? Could those vary in size and be significantly different, good or bad, in terms of the size and location?
Well, it's more or less an engineering condition, whether or not they were sized, whether or not there was any consultation with public service. Uh, uh, Generally, a lot of transformers I see are installed underground in front of the building where they're easily accessed. I know that from the design of this building, uh, there is a stormwater retention system in the front of the building. So I can see why the design had them placed to the rear, but it doesn't make it any more easier to service.
Okay. Let's talk about the construction staging and impact on neighbors for a second. Um, we talked about the 43-foot frontage and the lack of adequacy there. Can we talk about the plan suggests a 20 by 20 stabilized construction entrance and soil stockpile in the rear of the building? Does that make sense? Is it sufficient? Will it work for this type of property?
Well, I would say that it would take a lot of, in terms of excavation, I believe that they're excavating for a basement, so there's, plenty of material that has to exit the property. And I guess this would have to be staged without really knowing what their construction staging plan is. It's hard to really speak to that. I'm not quite sure where they would or how it would be, how a construction crane would be located to service the property, whether it was on the property itself or whether it would needed to be on the street. There was testimony to say that the traffic on Park Place would not be impeded by this development, but I'm thinking that, hey, you're going to have a lot of concrete trucks coming here and a lot of deliveries. So there's going to be a significant amount of impact during the construction phase.
Okay. Will a crane be required for a building of this magnitude?
I'm sure it would be.
Do you believe a crane would be able to fit within the footprint of this building without causing any exposure to the neighboring properties?
Hard to say. Hard to say.
Do you know if the existing easement rights to 54, 58, and 60 Park Place can be preserved during the construction here?
Well, I would say that egress from those buildings would be impacted by the construction vehicles that would be traversing traversing that easement. And there would be some safety concerns.
Do you have any other concerns in particular with this particular project?
I think everything else that was addressed was covered, and those are the ones that are, you know, that I feel that were important to voice at this time.
Okay. Madam Chair, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Theo Ben.
Thank you.
Right, the next person, professional.
Not sure if Brian was able to come in.
Promoting Brian.
And I'll give us a time check. It's now 9:15.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Is it Antondola?
I don't
Is that
know if
correct?
my mic is picking you up.
Your mic is picking up, Brian.
Give me a
We
second.
can hear you.
Hold on.
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
My earphones are not working.
Okay. We were asking how to pronounce your last name.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your affiliation for the record.
Sure. Name is Brian Intondola. Spelling of my last name is Intindola.
Is the salary may qualify witness.
Thank you. Is your license currently active and in good standing here in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it is, sir.
Can you give us a brief CV, please?
Yes, currently I'm a principal at Neglia Group, based in Lyndhurst, New Jersey. And my principal role there is to serve as a traffic engineer, a director, and principal for our traffic group, and working on municipal scale projects, the reviewing projects like this, or traffic signal design, parking studies, as both an expert to boards and as an applicant's expert, doing this for, I don't know, 20 plus years, and have appeared before to work on various projects, whether it's the zoning board or the planning board.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Thank you. Frank, you reviewed the applicant's packet that they submitted for this application, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you also reviewed the applicant's parking assessment that's dated February 12th, 2026?
Yes, I did.
As well as the city's engineer's memorandum dated September 29th, 2025?
I have, yes.
Okay. Can you just give us, in your words, describe the site from an existing conditions scenario and what is being proposed?
Yes, I could take you from the history of that site from 1981 on, which is what my first job after high school. I worked down the street at a law firm on 60 Park Place in the Robert Treat Hotel building, but I won't take it that far. But I do remember when the existing site was I think it was a go-go bar during the day, and it was like a regular bar at night back in the day, and then has now become a vacant site, and is, they're looking to do something different with that. But I'm familiar with the neighborhood, having taken the bus many years from Military Park and commuting back and forth to Nutley. And remember when Haynes was there and the original McGovern's. So very familiar with the neighborhood, and it's amazing to see how it's grown up. And also watching the PSC&G tower get built. And so very familiar with the site. So then, aside from that history lesson, the applicant, as I understand it, is proposing 242 residential units
with a minor, restaurant, like amenity space. And the tension here is that, for good development from a traffic point of view, what is the parking supply needed, right? So, as we understand it, the Historic Commission, which is pretty thorough in their review, had heard or evaluated an application with parking. And then, the applicant, and as is right, it evolved into 242 units with no parking. And so why is that significant? Because the zone that we are under wants 0.5 spaces per residential unit. It's not a lot, it's reasonable. And what is being proposed is not a quarter of that supply or half of that supply, it's zero of that supply. And I don't know, I'm familiar with the area, having, kind of grown up professionally in that area, is that there is, aside from Military Park, which is expensive parking, there is not a lot of parking there. And if you do park in the street, and if you don't pay attention, you're more likely than not to get a ticket. So parking in this particular area of Newark is very constrained. So the living downtown wants 0.5, which is about 120 spaces, say. And now they're providing none. So how do you make that go away, right? So then, as a consulting engineer, or you look to see what does the census data say? Like when we look at how to come to a parking supply for a use, and this is what the residential site improvement standards it's based on. How do you get to residential site improvement standards 1.8 for a 1-2 bedroom and stuff like that? How do you get to that? Well, if you look at the original Rutgers study and their methodology, which was Listikin, he's still a practicing planner at Rutgers. What they do is they look at the census data. So I looked at the census data, and in this census tract specific to this neighborhood, it's 0.5 vehicles per household. So it's not like an imaginary number. The living downtown plan has it right. It's 0.5 per unit, per residential unit, for the micro neighborhood that is described by the Census Bureau. So that's the methodology. And I would imagine that that's what the crafters of the living downtown plan came up with, the 0.5. And it has stood. It's not that difficult to change an ordinance, right? As we heard some testimony that the zone hasn't caught up with the master plan, but I don't know if that's the case. I think that the zone has it right, and it has to be proved out by changing the ordinance, and maybe it didn't get legs because the 0.5 works. So, in the end of my analysis, that is the ordinance the right size parking for this particular neighborhood, for this site? And to me, the 0.5 works because it's not it's low parking to, parking per household for the census data at 0.5, but even because it's low, that means there's not a lot of margin, and it should be adhered to. So that's like my overview of the parking rate. And then parking in the area's neighborhood, and the neighborhood is expensive, which causes like an undue burden to go get your car, to stage your car. And then there's the practicality of having no parking. I have my groceries, I park my car, I have to park in front, I have to run in, go in the lobby. It's a very awkward scenario where you don't have even like a drop-off pod to park your car and unload. And that even bodes well for an elderly resident, just a place to conveniently park, because you have to rely on Park Place. I mean, Park Place is pretty much parked up all the time. And so unless, the applicant buys out a few parking spaces on Park Place, which is, sometimes it's likely, sometimes not likely. So the site without the parking is very awkward. And, what would make the site functional? would be like some parking. There's no parking. I mean, you can justify maybe 20 spaces, a couple employees can drop themselves off. You can drop, your mom off or your spouse, come back out, but there is none. And so this makes the site really relying on the local parking supply to rent. I don't know if Essex County is getting there for tenancy or tenants that do not rely on a car, but still for this neighborhood, for this census tract neighborhood, it's 55% or plus still take a passenger car to work. That's just the reality. That's as of 2024. We have a post-COVID recovery. So you have a residential use that has no parking, and the way parking standards are promulgated, that census data supports that there should be some parking on site, not zero parking on site. So that's our concern. And then when we look to the rear alleyway, to me, when you do a turning template and you kind of bonk into a bollard, when you do the turning template, it shows it's kind of constrained. It's really hard to make it work. I've seen where it's worked it to an applicant. We're seeing now in some jurisdictions that they actually install a turntable in garages so that vehicles that they don't have to back and fill and do K-turns. And, you see that turning template turns into a spaghetti bowl because the tires are running over each other and you're backing and filling and stuff like that. They actually go to the expense of doing a turntable so they can come out back the way they came in. And it's not that it's difficult to maneuver off of Mulberry, but it's not easy, right? So a kitchell in the alley that it is, by any standard, is substandard. And if you are providing a use that has no parking or no passenger car parking, you really have to rely on that back entrance to do most of your work, whether it's for drop off, picking up someone that's handicapped, or whatever it may be. It's that back entrance is going to have to work very hard, and it's not really optimal for the amount of work that it has to do, because again, there's no parking, so therefore you have more intensity at your drop off points. So
Brian, can I ask you a couple of very particular questions in reference to that? In your professional opinion, can the rear alley accommodate two-way vehicular operations for a 27-story, 242-unit mixed-use tower?
I think that, my opinion, that it would only work if you had a really, almost like a flagger back there, because it's one-way traffic. You'd have to flag someone in and flag someone out. Or you'd have to have an employee dedicated to guide people in and guide people out so that there's no conflicts, especially when there's busier drop off. You have a napkin drop off or your paper good drop off, and then you would have a garbage pickup. I don't think that you have enough height for a typical street compactor garbage truck. Would have to do something almost I don't know what you would have to do. And they don't have the greatest turning templates because it's in between the two tires. It's a split tire, and it's a little bit better than a WB30, but it's not much better. So I would say that this board, if you were really to look at this hard, is that you probably would mostly have to look at an industrial turntable to park the vehicle, spin it, and have it come back out from whence it came, back out Kitchell to Mulberry, down that one-way alley. I don't think it's feasible any other way. Because it's going to be...
Can you describe what clear width does the industry guidance require for a two-way commercial drive aisle? And what does Newark require?
If it's really tight and I'm designing in really tight spaces, I can go down to a 19 and a half for garbage and refuse vehicles, so then the mirrors can clear. And I don't have what's in front of me at Newark. I think it's somewhere along the lines of 20 feet, which is appropriate. but I think we have pinch points down to like, I don't know, I think I measure, when it was snow covered, I measured a couple of the pinch points and it's really close. It's really tight, even for a passenger vehicle. It goes down to like 9.5. There's one pinch point where there's bollards up against another parking facility, to the south, on the way back out to, the other side street, Park Place, is it? Or Park Street. So it's really tight, and it's by any means, and even if the applicants, experts acknowledge that there's just no way there's going to be ever be two-way traffic back there. And as far as I understand it, the access is tenuous at best because you have to have the interpretation of the easements. So it's like, so if the board were to approve something like this and then one of the easements goes away, then you literally would need the turntable to make it work to go back out to Kitchell from whence you came out to Mulberry. So it's very interesting. It's a very interesting application, but I don't think it's perfected yet in terms of access that the board can rely on. You know, there is no parking and the surface area it's like doubly constrained. You have to get through one alleyway and then out another alleyway, and to weave your way through, it's awkward, and it's really like bumper cars in that area back there, as a practical matter. You know, if you drive a garbage truck, you don't care if your bumpers hit. They're made out of steel. You bang into a bollard by the transformer. You know, my general experience is that if it has a likelihood of being hit, it will be hit. That is what I've learned in 25 years of being a traffic engineer. Like, you design something, like that might get hit, and you say, oh, to yourself, it might be okay. And then 2 years later, all those bollards are taken out because it's just too tight. And I think we have a situation where the rear access is just too tight, and it's no fault of the applicant. It's just the way it is. Because like, you almost have like, I read the easement, and it's like, it's almost like a medieval easement. It's like, you know, from the horse and buggy era for some single family homes that, you know, were like the descendants of Robert Treat. It's like really amazing. And you see that grow up, and it's high rises all around. And we still have to rely on those, you know, 1820 easements, which is amazing to me, but that's, you know, that's what we're using. And, you know, it's through no fault of the applicant, but I think that really constrains site access.
So if the rear of the site is constrained from an operational standpoint, how does that affect the front of the building, if at all?
Right. So sorry for the alarm. The grandfather clock is my in-laws. So what happens is that by all intents and purposes, if it's just a constant annoyance to use the rear of the property, you're going to really just use Park Place. You're going to be in the front. You're going to be double parked. So you're basically claiming a lane of City Street to service your building, whether it's for drop off for residents, because if you have stuff, you have to bring it upstairs. You're going to double park and run up. So you're basically claiming Park Place for your building because you are not adequately accessed. And then, you know, that's just adds to congestion. It's awkward and it's not safe. Like if you were to have, you know, a nice cut and driveway for 242 units with a covered area. I know that's not this, but that's what you look for when you have that kind of intensity. Because as far as I understand, they're limited by what they can do in the front treatment because it's a historic facade, right? So you really can't do those types of treatments where you can have at least, some of the service people from the building to come help you and stuff like that. You really don't have that modern access. So you're basically claiming the public right of way to service your building because the back of your building doesn't work. And that's what really is going to happen. It's going to be the bane of the neighborhood. You know, it's just going to be in everyone's way.
With that, Can you explain what the pedestrian and emergency response impacts will follow from these constraints?
I mean, it's, so, you know, your scenario is a likely scenario is that you have people that are using the building, they're double parked. You have like a fire call, the fire official doesn't park exactly where they want to stage because they can't. I'm not saying they're gonna be within the envelope of the building, but because there's congestion, it just makes everything more difficult and more hazardous. It's just not designed to accommodate the pedestrian and the traffic needs, to be efficient. It's a difficult site to develop with this intensity.
Can you tell us for a building like this, what type of redundant emergency access pathways are typically required?
I can't speak to it from like a building code area, but I would imagine that at some point, because there's going to be constant congestion in front, the city may have no choice just to declare the front of the building a fire lane. I don't make that determination, but as a practical matter, that's how you would have to protect public health, safety, and welfare.
So we need to get rid of significant amount of parking on this street.
I believe so. It's how else can you serve as a building with 242 units? You need to get to where you have to get to. You shouldn't be dodging through double parked cars. And to me, I believe that the rear of the building. I was there when the snowpack was there this winter, and it was tough traveling through that snowpack because they had to put the snow somewhere. I know it did get shipped out, but there's that interim period. We had some heavy storms, and it was literally again like bumper cars getting from Mulberry back into the site.
Can you talk a bit about whether or not you believe a fire engine or an aerial ladder truck can use the rear alley?
I think that is improbable, next to impossible, and will never happen.
In a mass evacuation event, is concentrating all egress, patient movement, and responder activity into a single congested frontage acceptable?
I believe if you can get out to Park Place, that's acceptable, but depends on like your pedestrian path. If you're going to the rear of the building, then you're going back into the parking lots, and that does have its constraints.
Okay. Do you have any concerns as a traffic engineer when it comes to loading in general in the rear of the building and the lack thereof when it comes to loading in the front of the building, given that there's a restaurant as well as how many units this property will be?
Yeah, and unless the building management is really strict about loading and unloading, most, if not all, the loading is going to be in the front because it's just so much more convenient. And if you're driving a truck and it's tight back there, and it is, then you're not going to go there because you're going to park on Park Place, unload your stuff, and leave because you won't have to negotiate back around or do a K turn. You're just going to be in the one way, and you'll be facing northbound towards the NJ-PAC and be on your way. So that's what I'm saying. This project will basically, just by practice and observation, will take over Park Place for its use.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a summary question because I know the board members would like to go home.
Yeah, sure.
In your professional opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty regarding whether this application provides safe and efficient vehicular and pedestrian circulation, parking, and loading as required, what is your opinion? And is the project as at this density and on this site capable of being approved without substantial redesign?
I think it's going to be a very difficult site to manage. I think that the density at 242 units with zero parking, it really just puts the burden on the neighborhood. It puts the burden on Park Place to function as its drop-off pickup point. I think the constraints for the rear access, for the intensity that it has to process, it's okay if it's a tavern, one level, and maybe a small office, but it's not that. It's 242 households going about their business. And they're going to do what they need to do to get in and out. And they're going to get in and out on Park Place, which really makes that rear entrance not, to me, in my mind, practically feasible. So so in the end, this application from a traffic point of view is going to be the bane of the neighborhood because will have that kind of imposition to have the residents come in and out, never mind the restaurant.
Thank you for that. Chairwoman Witcher, with that, I concede.
All right.
Chairwoman, I have a couple questions for cross-examination of the witnesses.
That's right. Let's go.
Great.
Who would you like to speak to first?
Mr. Nintola, since he was just speaking, I figured let's do that, okay?
All right.
How are you?
Fine.
Question for you. In your opinion, is adding parking spaces on the site more likely to increase car ownership and likely to increase car traffic in the area?
No, because they're going to be there.
So creating parking spaces on the site would not increase car ownership?
No, because I didn't testify to that. I testified.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I'm just responding to the record I produced.
Well, that's not the question. The question is you were brought on to provide testimony to contradict the parking traffic and Mr.
Dictate his answer.
I am not.
I am not. You don't like it, so now you're telling him what his answer should be.
I am not, Mr. Souter. I gave you the courtesy, correct? And my client, Mr. Souter,
You can get as loud as you want to get. I'm going to continue to try to be respectful.
I gave him the courtesy.
You got the courtesy, but he answered your question, and you want him to change
Madam Chair, if I have to sit here and remind Mr. Souter of the same question he asked my clients and our representatives 15 different ways.
Okay.
You can.
I would just say,
you can do it that way.
I'm going to ask you to please allow me to question for the.
What are we doing?
I just want to ask questions without being interrupted. Like I just allowed Mr. Souter to do.
Okay, come on with your questions, please.
Thank you. Mr. Intendola, have you reviewed the Living Downtown plan?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
And have you reviewed their redevelopment objectives?
Yes.
And specifically, in your review, did you note that it stipulates as an objective to eliminate parking and yard setback requirements? Did you review that?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that sentiment?
I agree in the context of providing parking at 0.5 per unit.
No, I didn't ask you that. I asked if you
Well, I
agree
have to
with
give
that
you
sentiment.
context.
Well,
this is not a murder trial.
I agree with that. Mr. Intendola, please don't tell me. Mr. Intendola, please. I am asking the questions here. I appreciate that. Mr. Intendola, I am managing Mr. Intendola, I am asking the questions and you did not know my follow-up, which might have asked related to this. So I would ask you to not be presumptuous. Miss Chairwoman Witcher, I just want to know for the record that not only has Mr. Souter and his witnesses at this point just been delaying the application, I just want to note that they're failing to reply to the application, the questions being asked. You can laugh all you want, Mr. Souter.
I have an absolute
Intendola,
right.
Are you familiar with the question,
I have an absolute
provisions?
right to object. Madam Witcher,
Miss,
if she's gonna object, then I get a chance to respond to the objection.
Let us finish the second question.
Yeah, but what's happening is she's trying to dictate his answers.
No one's dictating any answers.
You are. Once he says something you don't like, you say, well,
no one's asking.
Let him answer the question then.
When you stop talking, and maybe he can.
I think council
tried
should
to.
interject.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. I agree. Commissioner Jordan. I just would like to ask the questions. Thank you. Mr. Ntendola, in reviewing of the Living Downtown Plan, it provides as a goal to promote the restoration and adaptive reuse of the downtown's historic resources and to foster enhancement and the expansion of the cultural resources. Did you read that provision of it? I'm sorry, we
Yes,
can't hear.
yes,
Oh,
affirmative,
thank you.
yes.
And also, one of the goals outlined, if you review, if you can agree to that, was to attract, and I'm quoting, attract thousands of new residents and encourage the creation of a variety of new housing opportunities for people of all income levels. Is that what it states?
It states it everywhere, no matter
Okay,
if I agree with it or not.
And does it also state that it's one of the goals outlined is to reduce the dependence on the car and increase usage of public transport?
Yeah, that's the whole genesis of the living downtown.
Great. And it also stipulates a downtown connected by vibrant, walkable, and active streets, correct?
This is all chapter and verse, yes.
Okay, so agreed. So what the Living Downtown Plan stipulates is reduce the dependence on the car and increase usage of public transport, correct? That's a goal of it, as you just stated?
That already, yes.
Okay, great. And it states that cars should be secondary to pedestrian and transit, and disruptive surface parking lots can be consolidated into shared parking facilities. That's in there as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It also says a sustainable downtown provides that folks should leverage transit assets by promoting transit use and planning around transit. Is that one of the goals that's noted in the plan?
Yeah, I don't understand the purpose of reading the downtown living plan to me.
Well, simply because I'm asking you whether you have reviewed it and whether you agree those are the goals outlined, because if the goals are indicating transit use, your testimony was just indicating to the contrary, that there's a dependency on vehicles. So this is
there a question that's out there?
I apologize, Mr. Sauter.
I don't believe my testimony was to the contrary. In fact, my testimony went to the root of how you develop your parking standards by going to the census data, and it indicates that it's 0.5 vehicles per household.
I heard you, correct, but the plan also stipulates this, correct?
Can you answer the question without being cut
Can you
off?
stop speaking, Mr. Sauter?
No, I won't
Mr.
stop speaking.
Ntendola,
I won't.
Did you review the
if there can't-
subsequent, Mr. Ntendola, in your
Brian,
review of the
if
document?
you're answered, you are allowed to
Mr.
answer
Plata,
the
can
question.
you,
Calvin, you gotta let us
We're
We're
finish.
not,
You can't-
right, we're not getting any.
Wait, hold on, Mike,
no.
she has to let him finish his answer, though. She can't keep cutting him off when she wants to.
And she was asking
She
her next
can't.
question.
I needed to
You
go
just
both
I was
ways,
asking the
Mike.
next question.
I needed to go both ways, Mike.
It
Let
does,
him
Mr.
finish his
Sauter.
answer.
It does, Mr. Sauter. As you're
Please
well aware, having represented a
her
ton of
to
developers with
allow
skyscrapers
him
all throughout
to
downtown.
finish
You fully
his
are aware
answer.
of this process.
I did do skyscrapers all
Correct.
downtown, and guess what?
So
Every
you've
one of
done
them has
this before, so allow me to
parking.
do my
This
job.
back and forth's not helpful. I mean,
Mr. Ntendola, if I can just finish the questions, please. Okay. Did you review, you had indicated you reviewed the easement that we keep discussing as it relates to this property, correct?
Yeah, I had the occasion to read through them, not any, like a legal determination, but I do know the genesis of them was like 2 centuries ago.
Correct. And in your review of it, originally it talked about the horse and buggy that everyone keeps talking about, correct?
Yeah, I said that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but subsequent to that, did you review any other documents or complaints that were done, or decisions that were rendered as it relates to the easements? Are you aware of any?
No, I'm not aware.
Oh, okay. And so you were aware that there was a complaint filed, and there are other documents that provide clarification as early as recent as I think 1988 or 1998 that stipulates vehicular traffic and access through that. Would that be a reasonable assumption to make, that perhaps there was an interpretation?
Please
I would
don't make an
imagine it's been
assumption.
Great. That's not a
hypotheticals that
hypothetical,
they're taking
Mr.
off the
Sauter.
table.
Thank you so much for that. So if we can,
They-
I
they're
have some
taking
additional
off the
questions.
table,
Will you
Brian.
discuss about talking about the project in and of itself and how it would be, you indicated in your testimony that this type of project to this scale with this density would be atrocious to the area. Is that
I did not use atrocious.
Well, you said it would be harmful or it would be large, too large for the area, correct?
Not so that,
Okay, so you did say something to that effect, correct?
I said it would be the bane of the neighborhood.
Correct. But you also said you've reviewed the application, correct?
Yes.
And is it is a density relief required here?
I'm not a planner, I didn't testify.
No, understand, but density relates to, the size of a project and the number of units on the project. Would that be fair as a traffic, professional who reviews plans and projects?
Density is, I really look at it from the perspective of the number of units.
Correct. That's exactly it. I agree, 100%.
But
And so-
density is a measure that is also in the context of a volume, right? So density means volume and item, right?
Correct. So we agree. This application, you've reviewed it, correct?
Yes.
And there's no relief as it relates to the density that's being sought, correct?
Well, I'm not speaking as a planner.
No,
So I don't
and I didn't
care.
ask you that, but you opined as to the scale of the project.
But I did not make the direct connection to density and therefore variance. I did
Correct,
not.
no, correct. But in your assertion, you've indicated that a project of this scale would be problematic. And I'm, obviously changing the language somewhat, I'm paraphrasing, but the scale of it would be problematic. And so I'm just suggesting that if you reviewed the application, you noted that that's not something that we're necessarily seeking relief for, correct?
No, I put it in the context that this kind of density with zero parking, where 141 spaces is required, as the board's planner has reiterated, makes it an unworkable site.
Oh, understood. But did you, if I can just continue with a couple questions. I understand your question, but I feel the emphasis on the density is something that needed clarification. This site, are you aware whether this site was created before the minimum lot requirements were established?
No idea about that.
So you're aware that this is a pre-existing condition as it relates to lot size when you're talking about the lot, given.
I didn't speak to lot size.
You talked about the scale of the property, correct, and
The
reconfiguration.
scale of the project without parking.
Correct. So, are you aware that this project is being constructed on the full footprint of the property, right? You said scale.
Yeah, I think it's end to end, lot line to lot line.
Okay. In your review of the area, you said you indicated there. Are there any other buildings on the street that are not built on the full lot lines?
I didn't do that analysis. I'm not sure.
Okay. In your general review of walking the area, you couldn't tell?
They're, on the Park Place facade, it looks like they're on the property line for the most part on the street side. I don't know about the service areas and stuff like that.
Okay. And you indicated about the rear of the property, and you were talking about the truck radii. Is that correct assessment to say that's what you provided testimony on?
Yes.
Okay. How are the other buildings in that area on that block serviced?
I don't know. I focused on this one specifically. That was my intent, to focus on how
So when
would
you're-
this site function.
Okay. And when you were there, did you see other vehicles entering and exiting that area?
Yes, it was a, congested, busy service alley, was my impression.
Correct. So, okay. Did you also see that there was the arm on Kitchell Place? I think it was in one of our professional drawings as well. One of the photographs. Did you see the arm? I believe Mr.
On
Fenn-
Park, is that Park Street?
Yeah, off of Park Street. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that, yes.
Okay. Do you know who that belongs to?
No,
Okay. Would you say that's accessing through that easement corridor? Is that correct?
excuse me?
Is that the entrance to that road that's an easement?
I think it's how you get there, yes. It's one of the ways you can get there. You can't get there on the through movement from Mulberry. You can't get there any other way but through that gate.
Got it. And that gate, would you say a gate like that would be an obstruction of the easement?
If
Or-
that's the intention of the gate, yes. I don't know how it relates to my
Understood.
experience. If when you have a gate, a lot of times it's a theft deterrent and not an access deterrent.
All right, but you've reviewed the easement agreement, correct?
Like I said, I did a cursory read through just to see, just from
Understood.
a historic perspective.
I understand. And essentially, the thought process behind the easement is to allow for access to a property, correct?
That's a general statement of any easement.
Yeah, correct. And so an obstruction like that, essentially, the installation of that type of thing would cause an obstruction, one might say, correct? If not,
Well, I don't know what the, I didn't really talk about the gate, but
I'm just asking.
direct testimony, but
Yeah, that's fine. There were plenty of questions that were not asked on direct that were asked. So it's just a matter of your professional expertise because you talked about the, it related to your testimony as it relates to the site circulation on the property. That was all. I don't, so Mr. Intindola, just to recap, you are familiar with the Living Downtown Plan as you indicated, correct?
yes, I had said that.
Yeah, and you were familiar with those goals that I had read into the record, correct?
Yes,
Noting that those are the goals of the plan, correct?
so far so good, yes.
Thank you. I have no additional
No,
questions.
wait, no. I have to
I'm done
qualify
with
that.
my questions. I
No, the
appreciate
living
it. Thank you
downtown
so much.
plan.
I am,
wants
Mr. Plata, I am done with my
Finish his
questions.
question.
This is not
Thank you.
a capital
Now I have questions.
trial.
If I can call Mr. Seobin,
No,
please? Mr. Intindola, we have no additional questions for you. Thank you.
But Madam Witcher,
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, I'm getting the incomplete record here when someone's trying to put testimony. He is a professional.
Yes.
He's trying to clarify his answer, and he was disrupted. I think it is only appropriate that the record reflect what his full answer is.
Mr. Sauter, it was a yes or no question. It was a yes or no question.
I would respectfully request that he be allowed to fully answer the question.
Madam Chair, it was my question. It was a yes or no question, and it was answered to my satisfaction.
My concern at this point is that I believe we have members of the public who may have had questions about this application. And where we are now at 10 p.m. is that we may not get to hear from the public. That's what my concern is.
Yeah,
I understand that, Madam Witcher, but I do believe a full record is required. And I would ask that council say something in reference to at least allowing someone to give a full answer as they're trying to do when they're cut off.
Madam Chair, I have other questions as well for Mr. Seobin, who is his other professional.
Mr. Plata.
I mean, but let Mr. Indiola, if you had something to add, I guess, go ahead and add it.
The goals and objectives of the living downtown plan from a traffic and engineering perspective work if you provide 0.5
That was not my
parking
question.
spaces. No,
I just
but-
want the record to reflect, though, for purposes, to quote the council, objectors
That's
council,
not your
the
question.
record's not,
All right,
that
so
was not my
let's end this. Thank you, Mr. Dola. Thank you, right?
Thank you.
Your attempt to fully answer the question and what happened afterward is now clearly on the record, right?
Thank you.
You tried to answer.
Yeah, questions for the architect? Or
I do. I know the chairwoman indicated 10 o'clock. I don't know what time the board stops. I want to be respectful of your time limitations.
We have another hour to go.
Oh, okay, sorry. So just wanted to clear, Mr. Seobin.
Yes.
If you can, where are you? I'm sorry. Oh, hi, how are you? Sorry. The questions that were raised, you raised some concerns when you stipulated. You said one of them was the lot width and the lot size. Is that the concern you indicated when you provided testimony?
That was one, yes.
Okay. And same question to you was, are you aware on whether the lot was created before the minimum lot requirements were established, if you know?
I'm not aware, no.
Okay.
But I'm sure it was historical. I'm sure it goes back, decades and, into the last century.
Correct. And so this is a pre-existing condition, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
All right, wonderful. In your review of the block, are you aware of any other buildings or the lots themselves? And I know it's difficult to assess, but as a professional architect who is, familiar with the area, any buildings that are, any blocks or properties that are consistent with those required lot sizes?
With the size of that building, no.
There's no building on the site right now. It's one, two-story.
But I'm not aware of a building of that magnitude to be constructed on a lot that size.
Understood. Mr. Siobhan, I'm asking for a question, for you to respond to the question I'm asking. So the
Okay.
question I asked
Mike,
was
do you
not related
understand the
to a
question? Do you
I-
understand the question, Mike?
That
She's gonna
if
say it now,
the-
so let's.
the lot is the lot.
Yeah, the lot. So I'm simply asking him a question. He can tell me if he doesn't understand.
Well, I just asked
So,
for
Miss-
clarification
it's okay.
purposes.
It's okay.
So,
I understand, Mr. Siobhan. I know very well. He can ask him.
yeah.
So is the building that's being constructed, you indicated is on the full footprint of the property, correct? And that you raised that
That
as
is
a
correct.
concern? Right. You also talked about setbacks. Are there any other buildings on the street that have a similar setback?
A lot of the buildings are built lot line to lot line.
Correct.
And there are buildings that have windows that are on the lot line, but they predate the current building code by probably 100 years.
Correct. So are you aware that this project will be maintaining portions of the facade of the front of that existing building?
I believe that the front, what I understand, it's being reconstructed to recreate what is there presently. Kind of,
I'll say that's a fair summary. Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
Understood. When we discussed the property, you mentioned also the rear service area and your concerns in the back. Did you particularly go out and measure the truck radius for the turnaround? Did you conduct a full analysis in the back on that when you were providing your analysis?
What I did do is I looked at the approach from Kitchell Place
Mm-hmm.
and also from the alley side,
Mm-hmm.
which is the easement side.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite narrow.
Yeah, but did you physically go out there and do the measurement?
I took measurements, yes.
Okay. Now, as it relates to that access in the back, when you were back there, did you see any activity in the rear of the property?
I saw vehicles parked on the applicant's property, yes.
And in other areas of the back?
On adjacent properties, there were vehicles parked.
Are you aware of how other buildings in the area are serviced through the rear on Kitchell?
Let's see. New Jersey Historical Society, probably not too much service. Robert Treat Hotel, yes, from Kitchell Place. They have their own loading dock.
Perfect. Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
658 Park Place.
You
Not
can give
so
a
much.
summary.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm giving you
No, I love it. Very
building
good
by
memory.
building. More egress, access and egress.
Perfect. So there it is utilized by, you would say, by some of them in the back. Maybe not all, but some certainly.
I would say all of the buildings have some level of servicing there.
Great, thank you. And in your review of the plans, did you also review the Living Downtown plan?
I'm familiar with it, but I didn't really review the downtown living plan.
Okay. And so I had just asked Mr. Ntendola a couple things because the plan itself outlines redevelopment objectives. Are you familiar with those?
To some extent, yes, I am.
Okay. And one of the objectives, and I quote off of the plan, is that it relates to the yard setback requirements and the elimination of those. Are you familiar with that?
Madam
I'm
Chair,
aware
I'm gonna
for this
object because
particular.
he started off by stating that he had not
I'm asking if he's aware.
familiarized
I'm asking
himself
if
with
he
the
is.
plan, and now she's asking very specific questions about the plan. I'm just stating an objection for the record,
Sure.
which I
Thank
am
you.
allowed to do.
You are.
So she keeps asking those questions when he started with a basis.
It's okay. At least it's not a hypothetical. Mr. Siobhan, if you can,
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, I am aware that this particular zone does not require a setback, a side yard nor a rear yard setback.
Perfect. And you're familiar, in your review of the Living Downtown plan, whether it was cursory or whatnot, do you know if they have goals that they're outlined in the plan?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. Are you aware that, and I believe I mentioned it earlier, that you're aware that the master plan, however, was redone in 2023, correct?
I would imagine, okay,
Okay. And you're a professional architect that's licensed in New Jersey, correct?
that is correct.
All right, excellent. And so as a professional architect, one of the things you rely on when you do a project is the redevelopment zones and the zoning, correct?
That is something we consider, yes.
Great, excellent. So the living downtown plan in its goals and its objectives specifies that in this area, we should promote the restoration and the adaptive reuse of the downtown historic resources and foster enhancement and expansion of the cultural resources. That's a fair goal outline, correct? That's a fair one. I'm not asking if you read it. You know, that's an out.
Can you answer the question without you jumping in?
How
That'd
does
be
it
great.
relate? Are you saying how this relates to this particular?
No, I'm just saying this is a goal that's outlined in the plan. Let me rephrase that. That's a goal that's outlined in the plan. Are you familiar with that goal at all or no?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Are you also familiar with the goal regarding that the plan is set to attract thousands of new residents and encourage the creation of a variety of new housing opportunities for people of all incomes? Are you familiar with that goal?
Mike, if you want, you could go get the plan because she's just gonna read it. So
And
you
I'm
can
allowed
read
to,
along
Mr.
with
Souter.
her.
Can we not object?
I didn't say that you weren't allowed to.
Commissioner Witcher.
Mike, you could
I'm
go
gonna
grab the
ask
plan.
for
If she's
some
gonna
respect.
read from something, in typical
Commissioner
parlance, they would
Commissioner
provide you
Witcher.
with the document where you would be able to read from.
Board Witcher, please.
I'm aware, yes. Okay.
And Miss Board Witcher, I'm gonna just please ask.
You're both.
Guys, we both doing it. Like you want me to
No,
treat
no,
you,
no. When he
you
asked
want me
us
to
when
treat
this-
you
when
differently
he-
from than
No,
you
no,
treated
no.
me.
Calvin,
And I'm
why
not
are you
gonna do
being
that.
so nasty to me? This is so unprofessional.
Because I
might
need
ask
to
for
be
recess.
right now.
I'm
That's
going
why.
to ask.
I'm gonna say,
Can I ask for?
I'm gonna treat you.
Yep, we might have a 45-minute recess if you keep.
Thank you. I just need a recess. I
It's
think.
not necessarily about recess from that
No, it
perspective,
is,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Souter. I think
But
you might need to go calm down for a timeout.
She wants to have the record set a certain way. We're gonna set it that way.
I do not know what, Mr. Souter. I'd ask
we
for a
will
level of
set it that way.
Unbelievable.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
You're right, Jen. I believe you. It is crazy.
I would just like to ask questions.
Okay, that's the end of that. That's the end of that.
Can I ask questions, Miss Chairwoman?
Are we asking questions?
I was, and then it was interrupted. I apologize.
Point.
Well, I'm allowed to ask questions.
Yes,
I am
ma'am.
allowed.
Ms.
I am
Jordan.
allowed to ask these questions
Yes,
legally.
ma'am.
And Mr. Black, am I allowed to ask these line of questioning as it relates to?
Ms. Carollo Perez, Commissioner Jordan was speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Jordan. I didn't hear you. I apologize.
I mean, I can understand what you're doing.
Right.
I'm sure everyone here can understand what you're doing. However, time is going. You're reading the same thing you read to the other gentleman, and you're not asking a question. You're reading a statement.
Madam, Commissioner Jordan,
we experienced similar behavior earlier this evening, so that's what I'm trying.
No.
What are we doing?
I had a couple questions that were architectural in nature that I was getting to. The problem I'm having is this is our application. They were brought in, we were not advised that they had two objector professionals that were going to be brought on, witnesses that we were not prepared for. I can stop my questioning and I can certainly ask the board for your discretion, because there was testimony that they brought on. In fact, there was Mr. Intendola specifically brought on testimony on his analysis that I can bring my witness back on to counter instead, and those will be limited specifically to the testimony he presented. And then I don't have to ask questions. So I can do that because the law would allow it. If it's limited, if my calling him back would be limited to address those questions. But I would ask, there were multiple questions that were asked repetitively to my witnesses. And I understand time is of the essence.
No, I'm just saying that you both engaged in similar behavior.
I agree. I'm not going to object to it, but I'm just asking for me to complete it. And so I can complete my questions as it relates to Mr. Siobhan now, but I do want the opportunity to call back Mr. Kelly to address Mr. Siobhan's points, and Mr. Seckler to address Mr. Intendola's testimony. And I can
As
stop my
rebuttal,
question.
as rebuttal to.
Yes,
There's
as
nothing
rebuttal,
new,
correct.
it's-
Correct. It's all rebuttal. Like, I won't even ask him a question. It'll be simply to respond. So if that's okay, Madam Chair, I can ask them to come back and we can end this.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Mr. Kelly. Kieran Kelly.
Yeah, hi there.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, you heard the testimony that was provided by, or the statements by Mr. Siobhan, correct?
Yes.
Can you just provide the rebuttal, your responses to those statements that were made?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thank him for the questions. They were very intelligent questions and they were the right questions to ask. I think I made a list. The question about the exterior wall and the proximity to the property line. The one thing, obviously, as we've described, is that the plan itself, the zoning aspect, doesn't require the setbacks there. But as you well know, the building department and the code does. And long story short, at 3 foot 1 inch from the property line, a Type 1A fully non-combustible building is permitted to have 15% unprotected openings in a 1 hour rated exterior wall. So essentially, I could explain to you exactly how we do that, but there's a integrated PTAC unit with an operable window section above it. 2 of them combined over the course of the exterior wall constitute to 15% unprotected openings. The remainder of the exterior wall is fully 1 hour rated by a combination of different aspects. One is spandrel panels, which actually have a hidden wall behind, which is a fully constructed metal gauge wall, which sheetrocking and meets the 1 hour requirement that way. And the other one where you have windows, fixed window panels, are either 1 hour rated glass panels certified or using a Tyco sprinkler system. We've run both of those scenarios by the building department and both of them have been confirmed to meet the requirement. So I don't have a concern there. The second thing is egress. Currently, yes, as required, we have 2 independent means of egress from the building on all of our residential floors. They meet and exceed the remoteness requirement for those stairwells. In case of emergency, obviously, we're not relying on the elevators. Stairwells are within 2 hour rated enclosures till they get to the mezzanine. And as I explained last week, the second one, the one towards the rear, currently exit out, and the intent is for them to exit to Kitchell Place. Now, if that didn't fully satisfy the building department and the fire inspector at the time of plan review, there is an alternative available to us whereby a second means of egress could continue within a 2 hour rated enclosure to the front of the building and exit out separately on Park Place. We've run that by the ICC code interpretation of the state, and again, they have confirmed that that will be sufficient if the currently proposed route was not acceptable to the building inspector. I just want to touch on it's more of an explanation regarding the transformers. We did touch on the pad mounted transformers. Sometimes you are permitted to have transformers below grade on the sidewalk, but we were told at the commencement of this project that wasn't going to be permitted on Park Place. And so there's 2 other means available to you. One would be to have a transformer vault within the building, but as you know, that's going to require a 25-foot width. And on a 43 foot wide property where we're required to save and restore and maintain a historical facade, that option wasn't available to us. And so the pad mounted transformers at the rear are the option that we're proposing. Those pad mounted transformers can actually move over about 3 feet to the south, which would eliminate that encroachment that everybody noticed with the swing of the vehicle. But again, we quite honestly, and I'll hold my hand up to this, we hadn't gotten to that level of scrutiny because we haven't gotten into design development yet. But that would certainly be flagged once we start to work with public service at that portion when we get into design development, and hopefully we do. We talked about construction and staging. There was a question about a crane. There would most certainly be a crane on this job. It would be a lugging jib crane, which is a crane that mounts basically floor by floor on top of the elevator shaft. And it has a limited swing, meaning it doesn't swing over the adjoining properties, but it can project to 2 ends of the properties. Again, that is something which would be part of a proper staging plan, which would be a requirement of our building permit, and plan review of the building department should we proceed to that point. So again, it's not fully designed at this basis, but we know that it can be done. It's done everywhere, all the time in situations like this. That's the end. I apologize, Michael, if I forgot any of your points. I hope that I have satisfactorily answered them, but I'm happy to answer anything else. I don't know if that's even procedure.
Can I-
Tell me.
Can I respond? Okay.
Of
well,
course.
With a building that's probably 100 and, how would you say that with a construction crane over the elevator shaft you mentioned, how is that going to reach? I don't understand how that would work without going over adjacent properties. Because
Well,
your
certainly-
building depth is like 170 feet or 160 feet.
Yeah, and the elevator core is approximate, well, it's just over a third into the depth of the building. So there's about 90 feet from the point of the core to the back end of the building. The crane I described, as you're probably well aware, relies more on a vertical rotation as opposed to a horizontal rotation. And so you're limiting the reach of the crane based on its vertical angle to and from the back of the building. Again, it's not something that we have done a design for, but that would be done as part of the process going forward at the building department. And if something that needs to be prepared, we can prepare it.
So
Perfect.
there would be plenty of concrete trucks coming there,
You,
I would imagine.
Mr. Seobin, Commissioner Witcher, I don't want it, board member or board chair, I don't want to have the back and forth. I just wanted, I want to be respectful of what we represented, which is that we were just going to have the rebuttal. I don't know if you want it to go back and forth like this. So I want to be respectful of the time for the board.
Is there other rebuttal witness?
Yeah, there is just one other, because that was Mr. Seobin and Mr. Kelly. Thank you both. I'm going to ask Mr. Seckler and Mr. Intendola just to address those comments, the rebuttal points again, just.
Back on the record, Matt Seckler, understand him under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I think one of the aspects I heard from Mr. Antondola's testimony was related to fire access, fire lanes at one point. Again, I would note that, a number of the properties along this block, along Center Street, Kitchell Street, all of them have, I would say, similar characteristics to the proposed building in the sense that I don't believe that they're intended to fight fire from the blocks themselves or from any of the interior access aisles. So I imagine, the Treat Hotel, the Treat Center, all those buildings would have been, fire would be fought from the street just like it would be from this. So I don't believe there's any, detriment or fire safety access that's particular to this site that would not, have a similar condition on the other buildings along this block. I'd also note that in terms of 24/7 parking in the area, on the exhibit that was previously prepared, I have checked the websites, and sites number 1, 3, and 6 on the map all indicate 24/7 parking accessibility on their websites. And the one that was indicated as number 2, there's a third-party website that seems to indicate that one is also open 24 hours, 7 days a week, as a rebuttal to some of the accessibility questions regarding some of the off-street parking lots, which again, I think Mr. Ndandola discussed as it was related to his feeling that, on-site parking is necessary for buildings like this.
Thank you. That was the rebuttal testimony. I have nothing else as it relates to our professionals or cross-examining objectors professionals.
Okay. So at this point, we want to turn over to the public. Members of the public, if you have any questions, comments, concerns related to the testimony that you have heard this evening, you have 3 minutes. Please raise your hand and we will call on as many of you as possible.
Promoting Cookie Lopez.
Good evening.
One
I hope
second.
Sure.
Miss Lopez, can you turn your camera on? You need to be.
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. Give me a second. There you go.
All right.
Well, I am sorry. It's blurry in here.
That's fine. You still need to be sworn.
Okay,
Please
thank
raise
you.
your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record.
Blanca Lopez, last name Lopez, 601 Parker Street, Newark, New Jersey.
Yes, ma'am. 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. I have concerns with the high-rise building in that area. It's already a very condensed area. I do a lot of community work, and I'm always going into the East District. I believe that it's already an issue, even with the parking. Having been a law enforcement officer for 26 years, I already know that not having enough parking for all the apartments available, which is what I understand. I believe that is going to create bigger issues, illegal parking. People start to park illegally. Now we're getting into bigger issues with the fact that people can't find parking. If they have people coming to visit them, now the parking is going into like the other areas within Ferry Street in that area, which creates a lot of traffic in that area coming to and from. I do a lot of work with seniors sometimes in that area. Getting there at a lot of times is difficult, and especially in areas in times when they're having festivals, when there's, they have NJ Pack there. It's already become a big issue. I understand that there's already buildings there, and I get the idea of everyone believing like it's already a high density area, but we can't make it worse than what it is already. And I feel like this is going to create a bigger problem. And it's always been very difficult coming in there and out of that area as it is because of the high amount of events that go on, the parking, that there's issues with parking when the NJ Pack has something. In the summer, they have the festivals. It's already a big issue. And I feel like it's detrimental even for if there's something goes wrong, if there's an accident, if EMTs need to come in, if fire trucks need to come in. That's already been an issue that has been a concern before. And I feel like this is going to just triple the fact of getting in there. On top of the fact we have like the students from the college there, we have a big issue with the kids not even be able to bring their cars to go to school and come home from school at a lot of times because of that reason, because of the parking. It is very frustrating to the community and the area for it to become such a high density traffic area. It's already something that has been an issue for many, many years. And
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
yeah, thank you.
The next member of the public.
Promoting Francis Nunez.
Good evening, Ms. Nunez.
Evening.
Can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record.
Francis Nunez, Nunez, address 224 Market Street in Newark.
Yes, ma'am. Your 3 minutes have started.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to reiterate what the last community member who gave testimony referenced, as well as the opposing counsel and expert witnesses. I live down here and I had a vehicle and had to deal with not just the very peculiar parking laws or the way that parking is zoned in the downtown area, but because it's between NJ Pack and the Prudential Center and the very already dense commercial district in the downtown area, the parking is even interesting in the sense that sometimes it becomes event parking. And now your street parking is $40 so that you can park in the street. On that street specifically, it's event parking. I had a vehicle that unfortunately I lost after an accident that totaled it. And it was unintentionally one of the best things that happened to me because I brought that vehicle with me when I moved to the downtown area of Newark. as a Newark resident of my entire life, it feels predatory a little bit to have a car in the downtown area. And I understand that there is this plan about downtown living that incorporates people utilizing public transportation. I now use public transportation to get around the city, and it is easier to walk. Sometimes I get places faster walking. And that speaks to the good parts of the city and its walkability aspect. But overall, with the argument of this downtown development not having any parking designated, not even being able to make a deal with the parking lots in the area, it speaks to how detached folks are from the reality of living downtown and the incentives to living downtown. That point 5, it makes complete sense because some of us that live in the downtown area choose to go without vehicles and go the public transportation route. But some of us have vehicles and need vehicles to be able to move around the rest of the city. And it will be extremely unideal to have a 27-story building go up with 0 parking designated for it. As well as just the general foot traffic and congestion that it'll cause to that area. I do believe in development. I do believe the downtown needs more development, but maybe not as large, and especially if you can't account for the parking.
Thank you, Ms. Nunez.
Thank you.
Promoting Janice Allfollow.
Good evening, Ms. Rutherford.
Good evening. Woo,
Good evening.
this is like long. Okay, let's swim in, swim in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record.
Janice Rutherford, last name spelled A as in apple, F as in Frank, OLO. So I remember when this project came and Mr. Sauer was the attorney of record. And believe it or not, I gave him a hard time for this. And the parking was something that really made me kind of vote in favor of the project. I I live downtown. Pavilion is right there by Broad Street Station. We got Vermella. It is congested here for parking. And then when I go downtown to get to my job, sometimes a 15-minute drive can turn to 23 or 30 or 33 minutes. Parking is something that we need. I understand about, what it is and that the mayor and the municipal council says that, we don't need this and we don't need that. But think about what I'm saying. We keep saying that we want Newarkers to stay in our city. But if Newarkers have cars and we're talking about affordability, how are they going to live downtown and they don't have parking? How are they going to pay $175 to $250 a month for parking plus rent? I just think that there's a lot of loopholes that has been presented in this application. And one of the things I'm very concerned about is how they're handling emergency and fire. Even at the pavilion, February the 14th, 2015, this building was on fire, and I was trapped on this floor for almost 3 hours and almost died. So what I'm saying to you is we're taking all these things very lightly, about how the residents going to get out and et cetera, et cetera. I really, really am not in favor of this application with the changes. And that's just my 2 cents with a penny change back. But as a Newarker, I have that right. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a new one for me. I might have to put that in my notebook. All right. Next member of the public.
Promoting Lisette Vera.
Good evening, Miss Lizette. If you can, please turn on your camera and unmute so that you can be sworn. You'll have 3 minutes. All right, good evening. Unmute yourself.
So old. I'm so old.
We're not old.
Oh no, all this is.
Yes, it's technology. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn.
Yes.
Ms. Vera, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record.
Lisette Vera, Vera. I live at 257 Garside Street in Newark.
Yes, ma'am. You had 3 minutes. You muted yourself. Now hit that same button again.
Dios mío, Dios mío.
Listen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. My grandson goes to this college. I have to take him now because there's no parking now. I gotta drive down there. It takes me about 45 minutes to get out of there. There's no parking.
Wait a minute. What college you said you taking this young man?
Pillar.
Okay.
And it just taking him down. He won't take the subway, so I always have to drive him down. And I'm annoyed by it. Just another project. It's more annoying. I'm against it. I'll eat later. I'm just against it. It's a cluster over there.
Oh Lord. Okay.
It's just a mess, especially when they do the festivals and when they have something down there. It's a total mess. I don't want to eat now.
Okay. All right. Anything else? No? All right.
No, that would be all.
You said it's just a mess. Huh? All right. Does that, Madam Secretary, you see any other members of the public?
We have one more promoting iPhone 917 and then it's 7952.
Thank you, Ms. Vera. Okay, iPhone 917, you're gonna have to unmute, turn on your camera, and identify yourself.
I don't want to turn on the camera.
Okay, well, I know that voice. All right, introduce yourself.
Lisa Parker.
Ms.
I just
Parker, I can swear
Yes.
you in. I can swear you in.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record.
Lisa Parker, Parker, 71 and a half Boston Street, Newark, New Jersey. You know, when we think about density in our communities and how it negatively impacts the residents that live there, there should be some consideration for, who is amassing all of these properties and allow for independent other entities to embrace the community with affordable housing. And if that's the big thing that we're doing these days, why are we not allowing this property to be given to this individual for affordability? You heard maybe this young lady didn't bring all of her community out to oppose it because maybe not a lot of people are aware of it, which is usually the case with these projects. But I think, in all fairness, because they don't have representation from their direct community, keep all of that density downtown. Let independent LLCs have their way with these projects. And I don't think you should approve it, in all fairness. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mm-mm.
No more hands are raised, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. So at this point, is this the second or the third meeting? The third meeting, second, third meeting that we've heard,
Second.
right? Second, we've heard
Yeah.
testimony from a number of professionals with regards to this application. We have also um, heard from the objectors and the objectors professionals, and they've been rebuttals, right? So our task as members of this planning board would be to either affirm, right, or to deny the application. What I want, Mr. Plata, before we go, someone presents a motion, if you could just give the framework or the context with which, we have to consider our votes.
Well, beforehand, I think, and usually the objector's attorney would get to make a closing statement if he wanted, and then applicant's counsel would get to make a closing statement to sum up their application. That's usually how it works procedurally.
Let's go. Good
Madam
evening,
Chair.
Mr. Satter. What are your closing statements in 1 minute?
Madam Chair, I concede.
You do?
I do. I have no issues with moving forward with the record as it is. I trust in this board's opinion.
Thank you, sir. You just surprised me. All right, Ms. Carrillo Perez, are you ready?
I am. So I want to thank everyone for their time and their patience. And excuse me, I have to read off of this computer because I can't see little font print anymore. The application presents a well-planned, thoughtful project that's consistent with the vision and objectives that were set forth not only in the city's master plan, but also in the Living Downtown plan, and advances the broader public interest in a meaningful and practical way. Importantly, it's not an application burdened by numerous deviations from the ordinance. We come before you seeking relief for two variances that are pre-existing nonconformities and one as it relates to parking. There are a few waivers that were also noted and you heard through testimony. The applicant, to be clear, received approval for the demolition of a portion of the property, that existing building, and the development of a new 27-story mixed-use building. This project is exactly the same design that was presented as testified by Mr. Kelly. The objections noted are simply baseless. It is the same project. And while I know you're aware that the Landmark and Historic Preservation Commission is authorized to review applications within that area, they do not have jurisdiction over density or parking. And so those arguments really are not valid. I also wanted to note that those changes, as indicated, were internal. We are not here on any additional variance relief that was noted on that height or density, so I want to let that go. And I don't want the board to act on those decisions for misrepresentations that potentially may have been made with respect to changes in the project. This project has not been changed in the effect of what we filed that is before you. And we cannot allow personal interests and misrepresentations of the applicability of the municipal land use law to guide this. Our professionals have testified regarding the parking, and they've stated that there are a number of parking facilities within close proximity to the site. I want to be clear, this project will commit to 20% affordable on site for IZO. That was stated at our last meeting, so I apologize if I didn't reiterate that, but this project will have the affordability component to provide affordable units. I also noted for the record at my intro in March, as well as during the testimony this evening, that we are in contact with adjoining parking garages that have indicated they are willing to enter into contracts with folks if they are needed for parking, not only for visitor parking, but as well as overnight parking. And we have those identified and can provide it. So I want it noted for the record that those are clarifications, and sometimes it's difficult when the board hearings are split between two to just recall everything. So I want to just make sure that that's back on the record. In addition, this property is accessible through multiple forms of public transportation, allowing residents and employees and visitors to reach the site without any dependence on private vehicles. This board is permitted and encouraged to consider the realities of modern urban planning and the master plan and the redevelopment plan to promote transit-oriented development with walkability and alternative transportation options. This is an efficient use of land. The application directly advances the goals that I reiterated tirelessly, and I apologize for that. And I wanted to state that the statutory purposes of the zoning were clearly advanced here, including promoting general welfare, encouraging appropriate land use, sufficient space, and the location of this area. Significantly, we have to note that there was really no competent evidence presented demonstrating any substantial negative impact. The concerns raised by Objectors Council largely generalized objections. And I want to state the opposition here, let's be clear, it's personal interest. And that's what it is. The neighbor is objecting to the project solely out of personal interest, and I don't want that to be guided here. So when we review the objections, I just want to note for the record that the opposition letter should not be considered evidence. It should be only a matter of objection and not considered as evidence. I'd ask you to please respectfully review the evidence, review the application and the documents that were presented before you. The relief that's being requested supports and advances the very planning principles that the city has adopted. And for those reasons, I submit noting that our professionals have put forward a project that really is consistent with what the city wants to see in this area. More density, 20% affordable units, and an emphasis of public transportation. And so with that, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Plotter, set the frame.
Okay, what we have before us is an application for three variances, primarily C variances, insufficient lot width, insufficient lot area, and insufficient parking. The insufficient lot width and insufficient lot area, as we've heard, are pre-existing conditions. I believe that's also noted in the planner's report. Insufficient parking is not. There's been some issues raised with respect to easements and what it may or may not say. The only thing I would say to that is a legal document that speaks for itself. And, that's not really an issue currently before this board. I just find it, I did find it somewhat odd that there was reference to it without it being submitted for review. I think the board really needs to focus on the 3C variances at issue and make a determination, whether or not the benefits of approving the application and those variances would substantially outweigh any detriment, that there be no substantial detriments to the public good, and no substantial impairment of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance, which is the standard for C variances, with the exception of any C1 variance with your hardship variances, which in this case may be considered for the pre-existing conditions. But I do believe there was a lot of testimony today, that you should take it into consideration with that legal framework, and that's really the decision that needs to be made today.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Ms. Gruhl, you have anything you want to add to that?
I'm sorry, I'm now off. No, I agree with what Mr. Plata has said in terms of the board's analysis of this. It's really related, I think, to the C1 for the existing conditions with the lot area, lot width, and then the parking. And certainly the assessment should relate to the redevelopment plan and the master plan in your analysis of whether there's substantial evidence to provide any variance relief.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we need a motion to be presented with regard to application CPB 2554, which is at 56 Park Place. Okay, and no one is willing to present a motion. All right.
Madam Chairperson, this is Commissioner Spade. I move to make a motion to move this project forward.
All right, so the motion is presented by Commissioner Spate. Should we have a second? I'll second it. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Jordan,
She's gonna call me first. Newark.
No.
Commissioner Spate,
Yes.
Commissioner De Silva,
No.
Commissioner James,
No.
Commissioner Purdy,
He's absent.
Commissioner Austin,
No.
Commissioner Miles,
No.
Madam Chair.
I have to say yes because I seconded it and still the application does not pass. All right.
Great
So,
night, thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
wait, so you all are leaving, but we have to stay on. Okay, commissioners, give us another 15 minutes, maybe. All right, so the next thing that we have to do is that we have to, Lord, on our agenda, we have items number 4 and 5. Item number 4 is an adoption, right? Of the board, board. Who's presenting this?
What are we talking about, the redevelopment studies? Madam Chair?
So we can't do those now, but we can go back and do the memorializations, right? Can we table?
Madam Chair, would you like to have the hearing on one or both of the redevelopment studies, or would you prefer to put that off until next time?
What does the agenda look like, not for next Monday, but for the 18th?
The 18th, we have a full agenda. We have 7 items on the agenda.
And we have to do the resolutions tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, we should.
We can put the area in need of redevelopment on the June 8th special.
Okay. So both 4 and 5?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me the date again. You said June 8th?
June 8th, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So now with regards to the resolutions, we have resolutions for, Mr. Ponte, you have it?
Yeah, there's 5 of them. The first resolution is CPB 25-90, which is 246, 264 Gillette Avenue, which I believe was circulated.
Mm-hmm. All in favor, say aye. No one has any, you're not taking back your votes, all right? The next one is,
CBP 25-48, which is 412-426 Ferry Street.
all in favor, say aye. Okay, do we still have five? Yeah, okay, all right, next.
CBP 22-39, which is 19-31 Pennington Street.
Okay, all in favor? No one abstaining, changing their votes, okay?
Next is CBP 25-78, 861, 865 South 12th Street.
All right. Any comments, corrections? We're all still in favor of affirming that resolution? Yes, indeed. Okay.
The final is CBP 25-88, 298, 308 4th Street.
Okay. Any corrections? Are we all in favor of affirming that resolution? Okay. No objections. Thank you. All right. So thank you all. Tonight was hard, but we did hard things well. We didn't lose our cool, I think. Because we were tired, we didn't lose our cool. We let them lose their cool. So we have a special on next Monday, and I know that some people will be involved in other activities, so if you could just please, just check in so that we know that whether we'll have a quorum or not, but it's a special. And I know an email went out, right?
Yeah.
So, right, and you had a quorum by email. So this is just a reminder for next Monday, if you're not otherwise occupied, we'll have some fun that hopefully won't go until 11 p.m. Everyone have a good evening. Let's not dream about what we just endured. All right. All right, good night.
Move to
Thank
adjourn.
you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
We didn't move anything. We just said good night.